Chapter 736. The next morning, in front of the small palace, Yun Nuashing and the others stood by the lake. Looking at the palace, they couldn't help but laugh. Unknowingly, half a year had passed. It was as if they hadn't done anything. Time had passed just like that. "Brother Nua, you didn't forget anything, right?" She asked Yun Nuashing after checking around and coming out of the palace. She closed the palace door and looked at him. Yun Nuashing smiled and picked her up. He flicked her forehead and said, "We're all living people with us. We can't possibly lose them." Rubbing her forehead with her small hand, she lowered her head and muttered to herself, "Haha, we'll be leaving for a while. The magic formation in the palace is still operating. If you want to use it, just stay in it. I've given all my energy to Lin Sheng. If you want anything, just ask him." Yun Nuashing looked at Lin Sheng and the others and couldn't help but smile. This morning, Lin Sheng and the others came to the palace to sit for a while. When they heard that Yun Nuashing and the others were leaving the Longguang Academy, they were stunned for a long time. "You're not planning to come back after leaving?" Ding Mingyu pulled Jun Luo forward and asked softly. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing turned his gaze and looked at the palace. He took a deep breath and said, "Oh, I probably won't be back for a while. I can't just leave after the trial of fire. It's rare for me to go to the Ganyuan region, so I have to take a look around. However, I'll be back after the trip to the secret territory. Anyway, 2 or 3 months is no different from nothing. It'll pass in the blink of an eye." Yun Nuashing smiled. "Sigh, it wasn't easy for me to put on such a strong, protective talisman. Now I'm leaving just like that." Jun Luo looked at Yun Nuashing with pity and couldn't help but sigh and shake her head. "Little Jun, you really think of me as a protective talisman." Yun Nuashing fiercely rolled his eyes and used his right hand to scratch Jun Luo's black hair, causing the latter to look at him with hidden bitterness. A hint of loneliness quietly flashed past her beautiful eyes. "All right, I'll really come back. Let's meet again in the secret realm. Don't you guys still have to participate in the exchange? Hurry up and go. Don't worry about me." Seeing the loneliness in her eyes, Yun Nuashing's expression also became gentle. She patted Jun Luo's head and looked around. Seeing that Lin Sheng and the others were also looking at him with various emotions, she smiled and said, "Yes, there's no rush. It won't be too late for you to participate after you send me off." Lin Sheng nodded and tightened his grip on Yi Qinglian's hand. Yi Qinglian turned her head and saw a smile on his face. However, she still easily caught a hint of sadness in his expression. She sighed in her heart. She did not feel anything. Among the people present, she had the least interaction with Yun Nuashing. However, Lin Sheng and the others were different. They had once exchanged secrets. Although they had not been together for very long, they cherished this friendship. "Let's go to the Sword King Hall first. After dealing with that idiot Ao Songhai, I'll take you to awaken your divinity," Yan Feng said with a smile as he watched from the side. "Awaken your divinity? Now." Yun Nuashing and the others turned their heads curiously. "Yes, Great Elder Jean reminded me. They also know that you're going to the Flame Li Academy. She told me to tell you to be careful and to return as soon as you're done. They'll be staying in Xiaoguang City for now. While they're at it, they also want you to awaken your divinity before you leave." Yan Feng nodded. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing bitterly smiled. Big Sister Jean also wanted him to awaken his divinity. In other words, they all agreed with the guess of the owner of the labyrinth, even though he also had such plans. Divinity should be awakened at the demigod rank. It will be difficult to awaken at the demigod rank because the soul does not meet the requirements for that kind of awakening. However, you have a god rank soul, so it won't be a problem for you to awaken your divinity earlier. It will just be a little painful. Well, just endure it for a while. Ziye's voice rang out in his mind, startling him. Divinity is linked to the soul, bloodline, element, and spirit. When it awakens, it will stimulate all the power in the body and then ignite it. The light from the awakened divinity is extremely powerful. If you don't have the physical strength of a demigod, you might not be able to endure it. However, your glass body has already been completed, so your physical strength should be enough, said Zi. Yun Nuashing nodded. Although he was not too sure what the so-called igniting of his divinity was, he still took precautions. A moment later, Yan Feng waved his hand and brought Yun Nuashing, Lin Sheng, and the others into the sky. They shot straight towards the huge Sword Mountain. What happened in the Far Light Academy yesterday had basically spread to all the divine institutes, causing the Far Light Academy to become extremely quiet. The huge crater had already been filled up, so the academy was very quiet. Not many people came, and not many students from the Far Light Academy remained in the academy. The first and second on the ranking of 100 had already been removed. Only the third to the 100th students were displayed. Yun Nuashing and Xian's figures were nowhere to be seen. Although the first and second on the ranking of 100 had disappeared, many people still found it hard to forget the two people who had once occupied the first and second places. They had single-handedly slaughtered the entire ranking of 100. The two of them had fought against the combined forces of several million people. That kind of battle record could only be described as a fantasy. Even if it was not displayed, it did not affect their positions on the ranking of 100. In 2 minutes, they had arrived at the waist of the huge Sword Mountain from the freshman area. The doors to the hall were wide open. Yan Feng arranged for everyone to wait outside, while Yun Nuashing flew into the hall alone. In the main hall, when Dean Wei Guang saw Yun Nuashing's arrival, he took another look at him. Then he smiled and even waved the green feather fan in his hand at him, causing him to be slightly stunned. Dean Wei Guang was the only one in the hall, but there was a huge spatial screen in the air. The person inside was still unclear. It was the dean of the Celestial Godly Academy, who had spoken with Yun Nuashing yesterday, Ao Tsanghai. "Little guy, you're finally here." Ao Tsanghai smiled faintly when he saw Yun Nuashing appear. He was about to say something when Yun Nuashing suddenly extended his hand. "No, it's meaningless. There's no need." Yun Nuashing raised his hand and casually threw out a sentence that surprised Dean Wei Guang and Ao Tsanghai. "Little guy, think about it carefully." Dean Wei Guang blinked. He looked at Yun Nuashing with a sly look in his eyes. But on the surface, he said calmly, "The Celestial Godly Academy's experience and resources are incomparable to ours. You'll have a better cultivation environment there, and your future will be limitless." Ao Tsanghai's expression sank, but when he heard this, he calmed down a little. He then looked at Yun Nuashing and nodded. "No, I'm not going. I'm not going to the Red Star Academy. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving." General Yun Nua shook his head like a rattledrum. His indifferent words caused Yan Feng to bitterly laugh. Dean Wei Guang shrugged when he heard this. He threw a helpless look at Ao Tsanghai and said helplessly, "See, I told you." The corners of Ao Tsanghai's eyes twitched. He wanted to say something, but Yun Nuashing had already turned around, leaving him with the back of his head. Ao Tsanghai's eyes widened in shock. This was the first time he had seen a student reject him, even though he hadn't said anything yet. "If there's nothing else, I'm leaving too. I've done what I promised you." Dean Wei Guang looked at Ao Tsanghai with a fake smile, then waved his hand and closed the spatial light. On the Celestial Godly Academy side, Ao Tsanghai was stunned for a long time. His expression quickly darkened. He slammed the table in front of him into pieces and cursed angrily. "That bastard Wei Guang!" Outside the hall, Xian, Ding Mingyu, and the others were stunned when they saw Yun Nuashing and Yan Feng come out in less than a minute. "That fast?" "Ahem, we've offended those fleas from the Celestial Godly Academy, but don't worry about it." Yan Feng coughed dryly, and then he waved his hand and said, "Come, go awaken your divinity first. Besides that, Ding Mingyu, you should seize this opportunity to awaken your divinity as well." I originally intended to let you come after the Divine Institute exchange came to an end, but the opportunity just happens to be right now." After saying that, he took the lead and walked towards the back of the main hall. Yun Nuashing and Ding Mingyu looked at each other, shrugged helplessly, and quickly followed with everyone else. There was another door at the back of the hall. It was a golden door with ancient runes engraved on it. It was like a sacred place that didn't allow anyone to desecrate it. As soon as they approached the door, Yun Nuashing's expression changed. She stopped in shock and unconsciously covered her heart. "Little Xingxing, what's wrong?" Seeing his strange appearance, Ziyan asked in confusion. "It's nothing. I feel like my blood is flowing faster and my light element." Yun Nuashing shook her head and smiled at her. "It's the same energy. The divine energy permeating this place should be of the same origin as your light element. So it's not strange for you to feel something strange." Yen Feng smiled and forcefully pushed open the door with his palm. Golden light surged out from the palace, as if there was a sun hidden inside, causing Yun Nuashing and the others to habitually close their eyes. It took them quite a while to adjust to it. Yen Feng waved his hand and walked into the hall. Yun Nuashing and the others hurriedly followed. The whole hall was a sacred golden color. Even the walls and stone pillars were shining with a bright golden light. Golden light particles were everywhere in the air. Sunlight shone down from the windows at the ceiling and landed on a golden stone tablet at the front of the hall. Everything here seemed to be related to light. I can feel that the sunlight outside seems to be condensed in this palace. To be more specific, it should be condensed on that golden stone tablet. Yun Nuashing stretched out his hand and pointed at the golden stone tablet as he spoke softly. Everyone followed his gaze and looked at the golden stone tablet in front of them. It was a diamond-shaped stone tablet, 3 feet off the ground and 2 to 3 meters tall. It was flowing with a flawless golden light, as if it was a golden crystal. There were strange divine runes carved in the center. Although they couldn't see what they were, they could feel a pure and holy energy from it. This is the awakening holy tablet. Oh, actually any god can awaken divinity. The higher the level of the god, the better the effect of the guidance. The higher the level of the god, the higher the degree of awakening. Moreover, the suffering they have to go through is relatively smaller. Yen Feng walked to the front of the golden crystal called the awakening holy tablet and patted it. He looked at Yun Nuashing and the others and said, "Of course, the awakening holy tablet only acts as a guide. The key is still the person who carries out the awakening ceremony and the god who assists in the awakening. When you came in, your divinity was tested. Although this value doesn't directly represent power, it represents absolute potential. The higher the divinity, the smoother the path to the beginner god level will be. Even the seal time will be relatively shorter," Yen Feng said softly. When he said the word seal, he obviously looked a little melancholy. "Seal?" Yun Nuashing repeated in confusion. "Gods, strong people at the beginner god level, existences like us, are a kind of nature-defying existence. They compete with the heavens and earth and change the rules of the heavens and earth." Yishi sat on the table at the side and hugged Yun Nuashing's hand, placing it on her head. The corners of Yun Nuashing's eyes trembled, and she rubbed them gently. Then she heard Yishi say softly, "Existences that are too strong will cause the jealousy of the heavens." The most obvious manifestation is the problem of cultivation. Strong people who step into the beginner god level will come into contact with the seal. During the seal, their cultivation will never improve at all. It's a bit like the broken barrier that Brother Nuon encountered back then. However, it is a little different from the seal. They are just similar. She let out a long sigh and said faintly, "The seal will definitely exist. Every god will come across the seal when they cultivate. It's just a matter of time. According to Sister Jean and my calculations, every time one's strength crosses a certain level, they will come across the seal. However, When one is at the Son of God level, the seal may be very short. It may only be 3 years, 5 years, or even 10 years if it's longer. Slowly, when one becomes a supreme God, the seal may be 20 years, 50 years. When one becomes a divine king, the seal may appear for 100 years. Of course, this is only a small time compared to the lifespan of a god. Until Yen Feng sighed slowly. She moved Yun Nuoxing's hand away and raised her head to look at the sky. Her low voice made Yun Nuoxing and the others' blood freeze. When one reaches the divine underworld level, the lowest seal will not be less than 10,000 years. Chapter 737. The impact brought by these gentle words was no less than if they were asked to fight with all their might. When Yun Nuoxing and the others heard these shocking words, they couldn't help but breathe rapidly. How long was the lifespan of a god? Yun Nuoxing had obtained this answer from Xianyin before. It ranged from 1,000,000 years to 100 billion years. However, this wasn't the upper limit of lifespan, but the lower limit. He knew of some experts who had surpassed the Emperor God level, but hadn't stepped into that level. For example, the Fire God Palace Master and the others were old monsters who had lived for 2 eras. Even though he knew how long this lifespan was, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva when he heard that there wouldn't be any progress in cultivation in 10,000 years. 10,000 years was also a long time for a god. It was said that it would pass by as they endured, but it definitely wasn't as easy as it sounded. Wasn't the period of time where one's strength couldn't progress the most torturous period? After the divine underworld realm, the duration of the seal for every major realm increases by about 10 times. In other words, when one reaches the Emperor God level, the seal might last for 100 million years. Shi's small hand drew circles on Yun Nuoxing's chest. She played with the pendant inside and sighed. Gulp. Yun Nuoxing and the others swallowed their saliva fiercely. They were so shocked by this news that smoke was coming out of their 7 orifices. Just hearing such a number was enough to scare them to death. No wonder the gods are all old monsters. It turns out that they have to go through such a long period of time. Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He finally knew why those high-level gods would say that they were over 1,000,000 years old at the drop of a hat. It turned out that this was the case. However, Yun Nuoxing soon felt that something wasn't right. He stretched out his hands to hold Shi's face and asked doubtfully, "But little Shi, you're now a mid-stage emperor god, but you haven't broken through the 1,000,000 mark, right?" Upon hearing him mention her age, Shi looked at him with hidden bitterness. She puffed up her cheeks, as if she didn't want to hear him say it. Yun Nuoxing looked at her awkwardly and gently rubbed her little face. After a while, Shi nodded. She held Yun Nuoxing's face with both hands and said, "Heaven's jealousy is actually a kind of extremely powerful suppression of the power of laws. In other words, it's a kind of negative influence. It's not impossible to get rid of it, but it's very difficult. This kind of negative influence will follow you like an evil spirit when you advance. If you want to get rid of it, the difficulty is no less than reconstructing your body. Don't listen to Big Sister Jean and think that living for tens of millions of years is terrifying. According to the upper limit of her lifespan, she's actually still a little girl," Shi added. "That's true. The palace master and the others have lived for 2 eras, yet they still look like they're in their teens or 20s. Yun Nuoxing nodded seriously. Everyone was speechless. They had lived for so long, yet they didn't know how they spent each day. Cough, cough. Let's not talk about that for now. Let's first awaken the divinity." Yen Feng coughed softly and patted the golden crystal steel. He looked at Shi and smiled. "You do it. After all, you're an emperor god powerhouse. Let a high-level god help you awaken your divinity. It'll be more beneficial than me." Shi nodded when she heard this. However, she glanced at Yun Nuoxing. After looking for a while and seeing no reaction, she pouted and jumped down from his arms. She walked to the front of the golden crystal steel and sighed. She originally thought that Ziyi would come out to help, She was a peak Emperor God powerhouse and was more than one level stronger than her, a mid-stage Emperor God. However, she was a divine being of heaven and earth. She didn't know if there would be any strange phenomena. Yun Nuashing and Ding Mingyu looked at each other for a while. Both of them smiled faintly. Then Yun Nuashing made a gesture of invitation and said, "Ladies first." Ding Mingyu rolled her eyes at him, but didn't decline. She nodded and walked lightly to Yi. Then she gently cupped her fists. Buzz. She glanced at her. Her small lips curled into a smile. Then her heart jumped. She raised her right hand, and a bright golden light rose from her palm. It became a ball of energy that seemed to be gathering and dispersing at the same time. The dazzling light made the golden color of the hall dim. It drowned out the entire hall. Some golden energy flowed through Yi's small hand, and a terrifying pressure quietly appeared, but was suppressed by her. The power that belonged to a god flowed through her body, and in the end it flowed out of her palm and poured into the ball of energy in her palm. Say, if the Ding family knew that your bloodline is actually an atavistic god spirit bloodline, how would they feel? Yi's soft teasing voice sounded in Ding Mingyu's ear. It made Ding Mingyu stare at Mei Mao in shock. Her beautiful silver eyes were filled with disbelief, but she couldn't do anything because she had already waved her small hand. She pressed the bright, golden ball of energy into Ding Mingyu's chest. Ding Mingyu's slightly shaken mind quickly stabilized. She took a deep breath. As the golden ball of light flowed into her body, she felt her body become hot. It was as if she had eaten a fireball. At the same time, a hot air suddenly appeared in her body. It was very hot and very bright. The fireball seemed to light up her body. It made her body crystal clear. Reluctantly lowering her head, Ding Mingyu discovered that her body had lit up with rays of light. The hot and bright air current flowed through her body, illuminating her meridians and blood vessels. It was as if she was being observed by the hot air current. Even when she closed her eyes, she could feel the golden light flowing through her eyeballs. There was a soft sound that seemed to symbolize the beginning of pain. The bright golden light burned fiercely at this moment. However, it wasn't a real flame. It didn't have high temperature, but it made Ding Mingyu feel intense pain. Her beautiful face scrunched up because of the pain. She clenched her fists tightly. Under the burning of the golden light, strands of turbid gas were quietly expelled from Ding Mingyu's pores. Then, they disappeared in the golden light that covered her body. Those were the impurities that were forced out of her body by the golden light. The process of divinity awakening was accompanied by purification. This purification went deep into her soul. Woo! A painful moan came from her small mouth, causing everyone's expression to tremble. Ding Mingyu gritted her teeth. Her body was completely occupied by the golden light. The golden flame wrapped around her blood and burned her body. It burned her elements and her soul. That feeling made her feel as if thousands of sharp swords were scraping her body inch by inch. The pain made her want to scream. The golden flames were entangled with her lightning element. With a sudden explosion, sparks and streaks of lightning were sputtering out, running amok within her body, causing her delicate body to violently tremble. She even bit her silver teeth so hard that a trail of blood appeared. In a short minute, the golden light had already spread to every corner of her body. The golden light adhered to her flesh and blood. It did not have any actual temperature, but it made her feel incomparably hot pain. If one were to look carefully, they would be able to see that there were traces of blood steaming out from all of Ding Mingyu's pores. It was also during this process that a dim golden halo appeared behind her, gradually becoming more solid. Hang in there. My attack has reduced the pain that you should have suffered by 90%. Think about your obsession. Think about the person you like, and think about that hateful family of yours. Yi's voice quietly appeared in Ding Mingyu's heart, causing her mind, which had become numb from the pain, to be slightly roused. In other words, I only suffered 10% of the pain. Ding Mingyu could not help but let out a bitter laugh when she heard these words. 10% was already so painful. If it was 100%, wouldn't it be so painful that she would faint? Yi Shi's eyes widened as she watched the golden energy flow through Ding Mingyu's body. It compressed her flesh, demonic qi elements, and even her soul. Moreover, it began to resonate with the golden light, spreading circles of golden ripples. When Ding Mingyu's soul also emitted these golden ripples, Yi Shi's small hand also slightly froze. The golden light that flowed throughout the former's body suddenly froze. Subsequently, it shrank towards her chest like bees returning to their nest. The golden halo also became incomparably solid at this moment. Buzz! When all the golden light gathered at Ding Mingyu's chest, the pain also disappeared like a receding tide. Subsequently, she only felt that something was slowly gathering in her body. Even her meridians and blood were dyed with a layer of faint golden light in the places where the golden light had previously lingered. Even the azure lightning elements had a layer of golden edges. The golden light that had gathered at his chest suddenly surged upwards, causing Ding Mingyu to be startled. Before she could react, the golden light had already tunneled into her spirit between her brows, causing her spirit to tremble slightly. Although there was no pain, it caused her to faint slightly. Just as the golden light entered her soul, a brilliant golden light also burst out from Ding Mingyu's body. It soared into the sky and turned into a brilliant golden light pillar that descended on her body. Appear! She looked at the golden light pillar and gently clapped her hands. Subsequently, a number that was carved using divine runes appeared in the golden light pillar. When Yun Nuashing and the rest saw the number appear, their gazes nervously turned over. They stared intently at the number in the golden light pillar. This number represented the difficulty of Ding Mingyu's path in the initial God stage. The golden halo slowly rose from Ding Mingyu's body. Subsequently, it slowly shrank and surrounded the light pillar on her body. At this moment, the number above her head also started to surge. 30, 50, 70, 70, 70, 70, 80, 80, 80. Everyone anxiously counted silently. When it broke through 80, Yin Feng could not help but nod his head. Although there were not many people whose divinity exceeded 80, there were still quite a number of them. Even the weakest of them could become a heavenly god. 87, 88, 80, 9, 9, 9, 9. Everyone stared nervously at the number that was constantly changing. When it reached 89, it was obviously stuck, as though it had encountered a strong resistance. However, Ding Mingyu's delicate body was still trembling slightly. This meant that she had not reached her limit yet. The golden light that pervaded her body was also constantly strengthening. When the golden light on her body strengthened to a certain point, the number suddenly trembled and broke through the threshold of 90. Everyone could not help but cry out in surprise. Furthermore, the number was still increasing. 90, 90. It's still not stopping. 92, 95. Yin Feng looked at the number 95 and could not help but exclaim in admiration. With such high divinity, she could at least become an underworld emperor expert in the future. However, all of this was not certain. No one could be certain. If one's divinity was only 80, one would not be able to become an emperor god expert. It was also impossible to say that one would definitely become an emperor god expert with 95 divinity. Ding Mingyu's delicate body trembled slightly. The speed of her blood flow suddenly sped up. It was as though there was a sun boiling in her body. A comfortable feeling came from her body. Her fair and sparkling skin became slightly transparent. Boom! Almost at that moment, when Ding Mingyu's blood sped up, the fixed number on the golden light pillar suddenly trembled. It jumped up a lot and broke through 95. In the end, it stopped at 99. It seemed as if it had realized that it could not reach the next level. Using the God Spirit blood pulse, you were able to break through 95. 99 is not bad. The golden light gradually faded, and Ding Mingyu's figure also appeared. She slowly landed on the ground. She looked at the divinity value that was gradually fading away. She could not help but gently clap her small hands and smile faintly. Although Lin Shang and the others did not know how powerful 99 was, if she complimented it, it had to be very powerful. Chapter 738. Ding Mingyu's long and narrow eyelashes trembled slightly as she slowly opened her eyes. Her silver eyes were shining with a silver light that seemed to have materialized. They were very beautiful, and one look was enough to stir one's soul. Ding Mingyu stood rooted to the ground in a daze. She gently pinched her arm with her jade-like hand. She had a feeling of enlightenment in her heart. There was a special feeling. Some things that she couldn't understand in the past seemed to be smoother with the awakening of her divinity. It was as if her connection with heaven and earth had become closer. How do you feel? Yun Nuashing leaned over from the side and asked softly. Ding Mingyu blinked and tilted her head slightly to look at him. Then she said softly, "It seems quite comfortable." Yun Nuashing staggered. Everyone was also a little confused and speechless. She was in so much pain that she was screaming just now. How could this be her answer? She was speechless as she pinched her arm and shook her head with a bitter smile. The cultivation of the demigod level requires the fusion of the elements, spirit, soul, and divinity. You also have to transform the demonic aura into a higher level of divine essence. Go and experience the mysteries of divinity yourself. I won't say too much, Yishi said softly. Ding Mingyu nodded and walked to a seat at the side. However, she didn't enter a state of cultivation. Instead, she looked at Yun Nuashing with Mei Mao in her eyes. She seemed to want to see how his divinity awakening would turn out. Yun Nuashing saw her gaze and laughed dryly. He scratched his head and looked at she reluctantly. If you don't awaken your divinity, it will be difficult for you to advance to the demigod level. Only when the three powers of divinity and the elements are combined can there be room for improvement in the demigod level. In other words, you can use divinity to transform your body so that your body can contain more power. She seemed to know that he was feeling complicated, so she softly told him about the demigod level. When Yun Nuashing heard this, he nodded his head in distress. He was a little reluctant and a little resentful. He would rather be an ordinary and inconspicuous person. He would rather cultivate normally and pursue higher realms normally. He would not be like now, crossing the demon and half-demon realms at the same time. This had long exceeded the scope of cultivation. It was more like creating a miracle. If a deity's divinity exceeds 100, we don't know what will happen during the awakening process. In all these years, we have never seen anyone with divinity exceeding 100, Yen Feng said solemnly. More than 100? Lin Sheng could not help but ask. Yes. When we entered the academy, Elder Lin said that he saw that the Godchild and Miss Zian both had 3 digits of divinity. I couldn't help but send this news back to the temple. The great elder and the temple master were so happy that they almost tore down the temple. Yen Feng chuckled. Yun Nuashing and Zian were both startled and looked at each other. Zian cutely shrugged her shoulders and held his face with her lily-white hands, smiling. What will happen if it exceeds 100? We haven't even heard of this before. Lin Ran could not help but ask. They all knew that divinity was capped at 120, but they had never heard of what would happen if it exceeded 100. Yes, if it exceeds 100. Yen Feng scratched his head, but before he could come up with an explanation, Yishi said, if one's divinity exceeds 100, it means that one's divinity is full from the moment of awakening. Every bit of divinity increases will double the amount of divinity. The excess divinity will completely transform the divine body, soul, and even the elements in mind, causing strange changes. However, These changes are all beneficial. The moment you experience divinity transformation, you will no longer be considered a mortal. The divinity will continue to wash away the mortal aura in your body and slowly change your body's structure in the direction of a god. If one's divinity exceeds 100, they will experience an extra step of transformation compared to those with less than 100, Yishi said. And at the demigod level, which is also the first time a normal person encounters a heavenly tribulation, they will shed their mortal body and slowly form a new god's body. Heavenly tribulation sounds painful? Chuan Nuashing grinned. Just thinking about the feeling of being struck by lightning made him feel terrified. Yun Nuashing tilted his head and said indifferently, I'm used to being struck by lightning. Later on, I even learned how to directly assimilate the heavenly tribulation and save myself the trouble of being struck by lightning. Everyone, Yun Nuashing pursed his lips. He had cultivated a lot of 9 tribulations. The heavenly tribulation was a small matter. Some tribulations were not as simple as the heavenly tribulation. Phew! Yun Nuashing took a deep breath and stretched. Then he looked at Yi Shi and said softly, Little Shi, are you ready? Yes, Brother Nua. Are you ready? I'm ready any time, anywhere. Yi Shi smiled and waved her wide sleeves. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing nodded and slowly took a step forward. Before he could reach the crystal tablet, his body suddenly trembled. Then a light purple flame suddenly rushed out of his chest and slowly fell to the side. Not long after, it turned into a great beauty in purple clothes with graceful curves. Her light purple hair fell to her waist. Her oval face and exquisite features were naturally Zi. However, what surprised Yun Nuashing was that Zi Ye's expression was extremely serious at this moment. It was so serious that her pretty face had darkened. Zi, Yun Nuashing looked at her in confusion. What was going on? When Lin Sheng and the others saw someone suddenly fly out, they were also a little shocked. However, this was obviously Yun Nuashing's matter. They took a small step back and chose to keep quiet at the same time. Before Zi Yi could speak, the star pearl between Yun Nuashing's eyebrows lit up again. Then a slender soul flew out of his body and quietly landed at the side. Before Lan Shiner could steady herself, Kai Xia followed closely behind her and floated out of Yun Nuashing's soul. The light wings behind her flapped gently, sprinkling some dazzling golden light particles. So are you guys running away? When Yun Nuashing saw this scene, he could not help but laugh bitterly. The last time when so many people gathered, it was as if they were running away. However, the last time was because of Handan. This time he seemed to be fine. You've awakened your divinity, and your soul will be compressed and burned. Don't you think we're running away? Zi Yi rolled her eyes at him. There was a hint of worry between her brows, which made Yun Nuashing slightly stunned. Do you want to say something? Yun Nuashing stretched out his hand. When he saw Zi Yi looking at him with hidden bitterness, he could not help but pause in midair. After hesitating for a while, he placed his hand on her head and rubbed it gently. He said, Just say it. Zi Ye's eyelids drooped slightly. She lowered her head and said slowly, Your body is destined to be different from everyone else. It's the same even if you've awakened your divinity. Have you ever thought about what will happen if you awaken your divinity with the extent of the divine patterns all over your body? Yun Nuashing was stunned. He opened his mouth wide in astonishment. He had indeed not thought about this. Among the factors that affected divinity, there was no mention of the divine patterns. Could it be that the divine patterns would change when the divine body awakened its divinity? I'm not sure about the specifics. However, I vaguely know something. I just want to remind you. Zi Yi removed the hand on her head and stretched out her hand. She said softly, Give me the whirlpool zither. If something happens, hearing that, Yun Nuashing smiled faintly. He waved his hand and took out the whirlpool zither. He gently placed it in Zi Ye's hand. Then he took a deep breath and slowly walked in front of Yishi. He firmly nodded at her. What kind of strange things would happen? He would understand once he experienced it for himself. Roar! Little, White jumped down from Feng Er's head and transformed into his original body of 5 to 6 meters. He stood beside the pillar of the hall and stared at Yun Nuashing with his tiger eyes. He nodded lightly. Even Feng Er's body was covered in crimson flames. Mei Mao was burning with a tangible light as she stared at Yun Nuashing. To be honest, your formation scares me. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. He shook his head and took a deep breath. He walked in front of Yi Shi and nodded at her. Yi Shi's expression was also serious. She slowly took a deep breath and stretched out her small hand. Balls of golden light emerged from her palm and condensed into a head-sized golden ball of light. Moreover, this golden light was even brighter than the previous one. She looked at this ball of light and hesitated for a moment. Then, a wisp of golden light flashed from her arm and rushed into the ball of light. If she was serious about Ding Mingyu, then when it came to Yun Nuashing, she would be completely focused. She would even be willing to pay the price to help him. She raised her head and looked at Yun Nuashing. After hesitating for a while, she saw Yun Nuashing smile at her and nod. She also gritted her teeth and suddenly pressed the ball of light in her hand into his chest. The brilliant golden light rushed into his body and quickly spread to every inch of his body. Soon, it occupied Yun Nuashing's body. Then, the dazzling golden light suddenly flashed and turned into golden flames that burned fiercely. The high temperature caused the surroundings of his body to heat up. Even the space around him started to distort under this high temperature. Everyone was slightly startled. Previously, when Ding Mingyu awakened her divinity, there was no such movement. Even Yi Shi and the others were somewhat startled. When Ding Mingyu awakened her divinity, the golden flames didn't really emit blazing heat. They only caused her to feel the pain of being burned. However, at this moment, Yun Nuashing's golden flames were really releasing blazing heat. Compared to everyone's astonishment, Yun Nuashing was actually very calm. That blazing golden light was boiling and burning inside his body. He didn't feel any discomfort, nor did he feel any special pain. Even though the golden light was refining his flesh and elements, he only felt a little warm. His entire body was warm. This little bit of heat was basically nothing to him, who controlled several types of divine flames. Waves of heat flowed through his body. The light element also became blazing hot under the surging golden light, condensing into a ball of sun. The fire element and the other 3 types of elements also rapidly converged towards that ball of sun. That dazzling light shone from inside his body, making his body incomparably transparent. It was as if he had become transparent, and one could see through his body to see what was in front of him. Bright light gushed out from his pores. Unlike Ding Mingyu, who had gray impurities, his body was almost completely cleansed of the impurities. The purification effect seemed a little redundant. Without the purification effect, Yun Nuashing didn't feel the pain of having his heart pierced by thousands of arrows like Ding Mingyu. At the same time, the blazing heat increased a little. That brilliant golden light dyed his multicolored hair golden. Even his multicolored eyes were dyed into 2 resplendent golden pearls. Not long after, Yun Nuashing's body trembled slightly. Following that, a golden halo slowly descended from the sky. That golden halo was 10 meters in size, several times larger than Ding Mingyu's. Furthermore, just by appearing, it was in an extremely condensed state, to the point that people mistook it for a real halo. After the halo appeared, Yun Nuashing let out a muffled groan, startling Yi Shi and the others. They hurriedly raised their hands. However, before they could do anything, they saw multicolored halos descending from the sky. With Yun Nuashing as the center, they slowly rotated in the hall. The 12 halos gradually changed color and black. Their light drowned the entire hall, as if a sea of light had descended. Everyone could only squint their eyes and watch nervously. Those 12 halos were the 12 halos of Xing Chen's trial. Puff! The sudden sound startled everyone. They quickly turned their gazes, only to see the clothes on Yun Nuoxing's body suddenly burst apart. His incomparably sturdy black windbreaker was also blown away by the strong wind, causing everyone to be stunned. However, they did not turn their gazes away, because at this moment he was already covered by an endless amount of light. Everyone could only see a resplendent light figure, as well as the even more magnificent divine runes on the figure's body. A short while after the soft sound rang out, the 3 enormous golden rings of light suddenly froze on Yun Nuoxing's body. Then a colorful light pillar shot out from his body and directly rushed to the top of the great hall. An enormous number, which was several feet tall, also appeared in midair. Boom! Before anyone could check the number, an explosion rang out from Yun Nuoxing's body, causing Yi Shi and the others to hurriedly lower their heads. Following that, their eyes widened in astonishment. Their Mei Mao's eyes were filled with shock. The divine inscriptions on Yun Nuoxing's body started to squirm the moment the multicolored light pillar appeared. The divine inscriptions on his chest started to sway gently. The divine inscriptions below it started to unfurl and spread towards every part of his body. Even his golden and multicolored hair suddenly broke free from the shackles of the soul stabilizing bracelet and turned into 2 feet long hair that fluttered in the air. Incomparably complex divine inscriptions started to unfurl from his hair and spread into the air. Mysterious divine inscriptions also started to unfurl from Yun Nuoxing's feet and spread towards the ground. They landed on the ground and spread towards other parts of the ground. At this moment, Yun Nuoxing was like a towering ancient tree. Countless divine runes emerged from his body and spread to the space. They took root in the ground and spread to the sky. Even the nearest pillar in the hall was covered by the divine runes. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment when they saw the complex divine runes that kept spreading. Zi Yi waved his hand and threw Lin Sheng and the others to the entrance of the hall. Then he slowly retreated with the swirling zither in his arms. Confusion flashed across the eyes of Little White, Feng Er, and the others. They expected the divine runes to change when Yun Nuoxing awakened, but they didn't expect it to change to this extent. From what they could sense, those divine runes seemed to have a life of their own and contained vitality. Chapter 739. Multicolored divine inscriptions emanated from his body, as though they were alive. They extended towards the sky and the earth, taking root in the earth and extending towards the sky. The divine inscriptions were like an ancient tree that was extending its branches and leaves. Every time the divine inscriptions moved, the energy in the air would surge once more. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. Just as everyone was looking at the divine inscriptions on Yun Nuoxing's body in amazement, a deep black mark on the right side of the latter's quiet face suddenly and slowly surfaced from under his skin. Then it slowly wriggled. That trace of black was inconspicuous in this area that was covered by the colorful light, but it was firmly rooted there. The colorful light pillar flickered, and the 10 feet long number was also wrapped up by the divine glyphs. After waiting for a long time, it finally began to jump. 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 95, 99, 99, 99. Lin Sheng and the others looked at the jumping number nervously and couldn't help but be shocked. Ding Mingyu's number was only 30 at the beginning, and the jump wasn't that exaggerated. Yun Nuoxing's number jumped from 0 to 99 in 3 seconds. Moreover, the number was still trembling crazily, as if it would collapse at any time. Yi Shi and the others couldn't help but clench their fists. It had just started to jump to the height of 99. What level would the bloodline soul resonance push her divinity to? Just reaching 99 was already a terrifying level. It also symbolized her future achievements. At the very least, she could become an underworld emperor, or even an emperor god expert. If she had a miraculous opportunity, it wasn't impossible for her to reach the peak of the emperor god level. In the world of the gods, where the gods didn't appear, the peak of the emperor god level was the pinnacle of existence in this world. Even a transcendent force like the 9 deities temple valued it greatly. Yan Feng's fists trembled slightly. Then he slapped his forehead and hurriedly took out a mirror from his bosom. He projected a huge spatial light screen in front of him. There were many figures in the spatial light screen. In one of the images, there was a group of people gathered together. When those people saw the sudden appearance of the light screen, they turned their heads slightly. When they saw Yan Feng, their expressions couldn't help but turn serious. What's wrong? What happened? In one of the scenes, the Golden Empress was sitting in a small pavilion and staring into space out of boredom. The Empress was also sitting by the side. When she saw the screen, she slightly perked up and looked at the screen. Yan Feng was about to speak, but before he could do so, the Golden Princess, Jin Jinwang, and the others in the image all saw that in front of them, where the divine inscriptions had taken the form of a tree, there was a rainbow-colored pillar of light emitting a crazy radiance. Kacha! Almost instantly, the sound of teacups shattering could be heard in the few images. Lin Sheng and the others were shocked. Then they saw the people in the images suddenly stand up. Pairs of eyes stared intently at the place occupied by the light. Their eyes were filled with anticipation and nervousness. Why are you only informing me now? The Golden Empress immediately recognized Yun Nuoxing, who was awakening his divinity and couldn't help but ask. She glanced at Yan Feng, who was smiling bitterly. Then Mei Mao stared intently at the sea of light and clenched her fists tightly. Yun Nuoxing closed his eyes tightly and stared at the surging golden flames in his body, as well as the divine inscriptions that were continuously spreading. When he first saw them spreading out of his body, he was also shocked. However, he didn't feel anything wrong, nor did he feel any pain. He just had a very strange feeling. When the divine inscriptions spread out, the origin of his divine body was almost completely occupied by the golden light. The divine inscriptions also started to spread when the origin of his divine body was stimulated. His body started to feel pain from the burning of the golden flames. However, from this moment onwards, the pain disappeared. His senses were infinitely magnified. He could use the divine inscriptions that spread out to feel the world. It was as if his body had merged with heaven and earth. It was also as if heaven and earth were his limbs and would move according to his thoughts. The golden red blood surged in his body and made splashing sounds. It was like a river that descended from the sky and flowed towards the sea. The golden red blood was also sublimated under the burning of the golden flames. Although it didn't completely turn into golden flames, he could feel that there seemed to be an additional taste in the blood. The power that was forced out of the blood by the golden light was converging with the elemental power that was forced out of the blood and surging towards his chest. Buzz! Every inch of his body was shining with a brilliant golden light, dyeing his flesh and blood golden. The golden light kept converging towards his chest. After a short while, it converged into a thumb-sized golden bead. Boom! It was also at the instant when the golden bead was formed that the frantically trembling number of 99 broke through the 2-digit limit in an instant. The 3 bright numbers caused everyone to be stunned. Yun Nuoxing frowned slightly. There was a stuffy feeling in his chest that made him lower his head. On his chest, the flower bud slowly expanded. Then, at a speed that he didn't have time to observe, it suddenly opened its petals and swallowed the golden bead. In an instant, it returned to its original appearance as a flower bud. Yun Nuoxing looked at this scene in astonishment. His cheeks couldn't help but twitch. After the flower bud swallowed the golden bead, it didn't change much. It only grew a little bigger. The originally brilliant color was now tinged with a sacred golden color. After the golden bead was swallowed by the flower bud, it trembled slightly and slowly released a golden stream of water. It didn't flow into his body, but into the divine runes. It flowed rapidly along the divine runes all over his body. The divine runes that were swept by the golden stream of water emitted an even brighter light. At the same time, an indescribable energy slowly flowed out. It was different from all the energy in Yun Nuoxing's body. The energy that was being emitted was more like the energy of the divine runes. 100. 100. Jin Jinwang and the others in the spatial light screen shouted excitedly. They had received the news a few months ago, but now that they saw it with their own eyes, they couldn't help but shout excitedly. Chi. While Jin Jinwang and the others were shouting excitedly, golden stripes rapidly appeared in the divine runes that were spreading out. In the end, they seemed to have become divine runes that were dancing in a golden and multicolored dance. Just as the colors of the divine runes changed, the multicolored light pillar suddenly trembled violently. A great pressure descended from the sky, causing Yi Shi and the others to be shocked. This is the pressure of the bloodline. Yi felt the pressure in shock, causing the blood flowing in their bodies to stagnate slightly. Lin Shang and the others also felt the same feeling, and it was even more intense. It was as if their blood had stopped flowing, causing their expressions to change slightly. They hurriedly took a few steps back, and that feeling weakened a little. What a terrifying divinity! Even the divinity awakening that I guided can't withstand it. Yi Shi's small face also froze, revealing a shocked expression. The shaky appearance of the multicolored light pillar shocked her. She had never heard of relying on divinity to shake the divinity detection pillar. Just as everyone's expressions changed, the last two of the three numbers on the multicolored light pillar began to tremble rapidly, causing everyone to widen their eyes. When the divinity value changed again, Yun Nuoxing also felt the strange movement in his body. The golden water that had surged into the divine runes suddenly poured into his body, barbarically rushing into his body, rapidly occupying every inch of his flesh and blood. Even his meridians and other places were not spared. If anyone could see the center of the sea of light and see his appearance, they would be shocked to discover that his originally transparent body was now occupied by a brilliant golden liquid, and they could even see the ripples of the water. Yun Nuoxing watched as the golden liquid rapidly filled his body and then poured into his soul, dyeing it a brilliant golden color. The 13 halos around his body also began to spin rapidly at this moment. Pillars of light descended from the sky, completely submerging the sea of light. The dazzling white light caused everyone to endure the stimulation of the strong light and stare at the numbers with wide eyes. Finally, the number surrounded by the divine runes slowly stopped, and the number that was displayed caused everyone's breathing to freeze. Divinity value 120. In the dazzling light, the three numbers were displayed. Even the Golden Queen and the rest widened their eyes in disbelief when they saw it. They had never seen or heard of anyone with a divinity value of 120. There seemed to be no such person in history. Some people even thought that 100 divinity was the maximum, and the remaining 20 was purely due to external factors, the bloodline of the ancient gods. The higher the divinity value, the more thorough the transformation of the demigod level will be, and the smoother the path to the beginner god level will be. The Empress murmured in a daze, and could not help but take a deep breath. According to the ancient records, those with more than 100 divinity values are called the children of the gods. They are born different from ordinary people. After all, they are indeed the children of the gods. The overflowing divinity value is the best proof. There are also some people who, although the children of ordinary people, have strange physiques or strange opportunities. Before their divinity is awakened, their souls are bestowed with the power of divinity. In this way, they can create a divinity value of more than 100 divinity values. The Golden Queen muttered. Mei Mao looked at the other light screens and nodded at one of them. She slowly lowered her gaze and realized that her hands could not help but tremble. The sea of light gradually dimmed, and the tree-shaped god glyph also began to shrink. The god glyph, which occupied half of the hall, shrank back into Yun Nuoxing's body in a few breaths under everyone's gaze. Only 13 rings of light were left floating around Yun Nuoxing. The ring in the center seemed to have been left behind after the divinity had awakened. It was extremely bright and pure gold. When they saw the 2-foot-long figure with long hair fluttering in the wind, they inadvertently saw the slender figure's naked body. When they saw this, their faces turned red, and all the women present quickly turned around. Only Xian and Feng were relatively calm, but their faces were still red. Yi Shi, who was standing in front of Yun Nuoxing, also blushed and covered her eyes. However, she still stole a glance at Yun Nuoxing from time to time. She took out a black robe and was about to put it on Yun Nuoxing's body when Yun Nuoxing slowly opened his eyes. Yi Shi was slightly taken aback. Then his wine-red eyes widened, and a chill condensed in them. When he opened his eyes, they were not the rainbow that she was familiar with. Instead, they were a deep, pitch-black color, as if 2 pitch-black pearls were embedded in his eyes. When he opened his eyes, the 20-feet-long hair that was fluttering around him swiftly turned into a deep, pitch-black color under the astonished gazes of the crowd. Boom! A monstrous black aura surged out of Yun Nuoxing's body like a waterfall rushing into the sky. At the center of the black energy, there was also a shining purple energy area. There, Yun Nuoxing slowly turned around. His dark eyes swept across Ziyi, Lin Shang, and the people in the spatial light screen. The corners of his mouth suddenly curled up into an evil smile, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Has my host awakened divinity? Demon rank, too weak, still too weak. Yun Nuoxing slowly laughed evilly. His dark eyes caused everyone's hearts to palpitate. Lin Shang and the others nervously took a small step back. Feng also hurriedly pulled Xian behind her. Ding! Suddenly, the crisp sound of a zither and a tiger's roar were heard. The aura of the moon also descended from the sky. There was actually clear moonlight spilling down through the window at the top of the sky. It was as if time had suddenly switched from day to night. Turning around, one could see Ziye's jade-like hands gently stroking the strings of the whirlpool zither. A solemn expression hung on her pretty face. As for the huge white tiger that Little White had transformed into, its eyes narrowed slightly. It stared at Yun Nuoxing with some vigilance. Circles of moonlight flowed around its body, as if the moon god had descended. Seeing Ziyi and the others' vigilant expressions, Yun Nuoxing could not help but laugh faintly. However, with his current aura, his faint smile no longer had that gentle look. There was only evil charm and evilness left, causing people's hearts to tremble in fear. Don't worry. A deep voice gently came out of his mouth. In that voice, one could still vaguely hear Yun Nuoxing's original voice, but the tone had changed greatly. I will not do anything to my host. Rather, I hope that he will grow faster. That way, I can use his body to be reborn. Yun Nuoxing, or rather, Handan, smiled faintly. Swoosh! A sharp sound came from the space. Suddenly, 2 holes broke open. Then the Golden Queen and the Water Empress rushed out from the broken space. From the moment Yun Nuoxing felt that something was wrong until now, only about 10 seconds had passed. Handan was slightly surprised that the Golden Queen and the others had appeared so quickly. Then he laughed softly, and the black aura that erupted slowly fell from the sky and retracted into Yun Nuoxing's body. The black mark on the right side of his face also hid under his skin and disappeared. All the light dimmed, and the black aura also disappeared quickly. This caused the Golden Queen and the Water Empress to be slightly stunned. They did not expect the darkness to run away so quickly. The figure that was 1 meter above the ground slowly landed on the ground and knelt down. She also quickly regained her senses. She took the black robe and ran in front of Yun Nuoxing. She supported his body with her small hands and carelessly put the black robe on him. Fortunately, that place was covered by her long hair. Otherwise, everything would be exposed. Oh, Yun Nuashing slowly woke up from the realization in his heart. His long black hair also regained its color and shrunk from 20 feet to only the length of his thighs. He could not help but be stunned when he saw Ziyi and the Golden Queen walking over quickly and being carried in Yishi's arms. I feel like I had a very good sleep. Yun Nuashing slowly stretched his body. The black robe that was not properly put on revealed his chest and 2 long legs. She was dumbfounded when she saw his fair skin that was like ice crystals. The colorful divine pattern on his body also returned to its original state, as if nothing had happened just now. The Golden Queen and the others rushed to Yun Nuashing's side. When they saw Yun Nuashing's appearance, their pretty faces turned red. They used their hands to tidy up his black robe without a trace. When they raised their heads, they were also stunned when they saw his eyes. Yun Nuashing's colorful eyes were colored by the godly physique of Naling. At this moment, they were dyed with a faint layer of gold. Furthermore, there was a substantial golden light emitting from his eyes, which looked extremely frightening. How is it? Do you feel that something is wrong? The Empress touched Yun Nuashing's head, gently scratched it, and asked gently, "It's nothing. It doesn't hurt or itch." Yun Nuashing shook his head. He looked at Ziyi, who was casually walking over, and said with a smile, "You guys scared me to death. I thought something unbearable would happen." Ziyi could not help but snort softly after hearing what he said. She stuffed the zither back into his chest and said softly, "It's fine as long as you're fine." As for what happened to Hundun just now, they very tacitly chose not to talk about it. Yun Nuashing himself did not feel anything strange. It seemed like he did not realize that Hundun had awakened. He was just silently comprehending the benefits of awakening his divinity. Chapter 740. Empress Jean sized up Yun Nuashing for a while, then rubbed his face with her jade-like hands. She smiled and said, "Congratulations, you are also half a god. The 120 divinity has changed your body greatly. With the power of divinity, maybe even I can't beat you." "Ah, are you exaggerating?" Yun Nuashing was a little surprised. He could feel that his body was a little different, and there seemed to be a very strange power in his body. He had felt this power countless times in Empress Jean and the others, but the latter's was much stronger than his. As for the change of divinity, he still had to carefully experience it. Empress Jean was probably just teasing him, although he had a killer move that could fight against a master at the peak of the Emperor God level. If the other party did not give him time to use it, then he would only be a small demon. As for seriously injuring the Empress, that was just an accident. Empress Jean looked at Yun Nuashing with a smile, then pinched his face with her jade-like hands and said with a smile, "Whether I am exaggerating or not, you will know when you experience it yourself. Do you want to try it now?" I can't. Yun Nuashing quickly waved his hand with a bitter face. He believed what she said. He was also a little afraid of the power he controlled, but because he knew, he did not need to test anything. While they were talking, Xian walked to the front of the golden crystal stone tablet, looked back at Yun Nuashing, and smiled sweetly. Then she gently stretched out her jade-like hands and placed them on the crystal stone tablet. A ray of golden light quickly condensed from her body. Yishi, who was sitting at the side, was stunned for a moment. She noticed the movement of the crystal stone tablet and could not help but turn her head. When she saw Xian standing there, she was also stunned. The latter was like a little transparent next to Yun Nuashing. If one did not pay attention, one would not know where she went. She jumped down from the table, then slowly walked to Xian with her hands behind her back. She looked up at the crystal stone tablet and smiled. "Sister Xian, do you also want to awaken your divinity in advance? Or do you want to test your divinity? Let's see how much I have." Xian looked down at her and smiled. Hearing this, Yishi nodded. She raised her head and looked at the golden light gathering above the crystal pillar. After looking at it for a while, the golden light slowly gathered into a number. She watched as the number slowly jumped from 0 to 40, then to 90, and in a few breaths of time, it broke through 100. She's eyes widened, but she was mentally prepared, so she wasn't too shocked. She calmed down a bit, and when she saw the number finally stop, she softly said, "Divinity value 110. Well, Brother Nuwa has a God spirit blood pulse," she said. "With his body, a max divinity value is scary, but it is understandable. Sister Xian only has a body, so 110 is very high. Yes." Xian smiled and took back his hand. He gently pressed his palm on her head and turned around. As expected, he saw Yun Nuashing looking at him with a smile. She also smiled sweetly at him. "Let's go," Yun Nuashing said with a smile. Xian nodded. Yun Nuashing held his hand, turned around and hugged Yishi. Purple Night and the others went back into his soul. Looking at the golden palace again, Yun Nuashing sighed and followed Queen Jean and the Empress out of the palace. After telling Yun Nuashing for a while, Yun Nuashing kept nodding her head. Queen Jean and the Empress couldn't help but laugh. They were very concerned, so they said a few more words before leaving. Seeing Queen Jean and the Empress leave, Yun Nuashing smiled at everyone. Then, she flew toward the central plaza's light screen. Behind her, Lin Shan, Ding Mingyu, and the others quickly followed. Compared to the past 2 days, the Farlight Academy was exceptionally quiet today. A gentle breeze blew, and the trees swayed. It was so quiet that it was as if nothing had happened. However, there were quite a few Farlight Academy students flying towards the teleportation area. With the help of the light element, they arrived at the central square in a few minutes. After searching for a while, they saw the name of the flaming Li School at the bottom of the square. Yun Nuashing and the rest landed there. When they landed, they realized that the spatial light screens of the other schools of the elemental school were at the bottom of the square. "God's son, there will be people from Yen Li College who will take you there." "I will not follow you," Yen Feng said softly. "Huh." Yun Nuashing was stunned. The others also cried out in surprise. Wu, in the 9 divine halls, the young hall master status is second only to the hall master. His level of protection is also the highest. Although the upper echelons of the 9 divine halls all acknowledge the existence of the young hall master, there's also a portion of the central pillars that do not. However, they are absolutely loyal to the 9 divine halls and will not do anything to harm the young hall master. Merely they are unable to tolerate it, said Yen Feng. Can't stand it? Yun Nuashing was a little confused. She scratched her head and said subconsciously, "I didn't offend them, did I?" "Well, the Godson's position is very high. It is not about whether you can offend him or not. Anyway, there will be some people who can't stand it. Maybe they think that the Godson does not have the ability to take on the responsibility of the era." Yen Feng said awkwardly, "Anyway, that guy is also a divine god. With the Godson's ability, it is very easy to deal with him. Just don't kill him. After all, he is from the 9 Shrine." Yun Nuashing looked at him speechlessly. After staring at him for a while, she sighed helplessly and nodded. Although she did not understand what he meant, she knew that there would be people who would find trouble with her. Moreover, they were from the 9 Shrine. She should deal with them a little. After saying a few more words, Yun Nuashing smiled faintly and nodded at Lin Shang, Ding Mingyu, and the others. Then, she waved her hand and jumped into the spatial light screen with Shi in her arms. Xian, Feng, and Little Bing Er also bowed slightly to everyone and jumped into the light screen right after Yun Nuashing. Lin Shang and the others watched in a daze as he disappeared into the light screen. They sighed slightly. Thinking that they would not see this guy for the next 2 or 3 months, they felt inexplicably lonely. Yen Feng slowly looked away and tilted his head to look at Lin Shang and the others beside him. He smiled and said, "It will only be 2 or 3 months. It is not like we will not see each other again. Lin Sheng and the others also smiled. Indeed, they would see each other again during the trip to the secret territory. It was not really a farewell. All right, you guys go and do your own things. If you want to cause trouble, go and cause trouble. With 1,000 points, we can even make an exception and let you guys enter the secret cultivation area of the Longguang Academy. The cultivation speed is 100 times faster than other places. This is a good opportunity to get closer to the Son of God, Yanfeng said with a smile. When Lin Sheng and the others heard this, their expressions became a little strange. They looked at Yanfeng, who turned and left and muttered before turning to follow him. In the distant Ganyuan region, scarlet-red buildings formed a continuous chain of communities. In the vast blue sky, there was a huge sun that was thousands of feet in size. Compared to the other two suns in the sky, the fire and light elements in the area increased exponentially. On the other hand, the other elements could only struggle at death's door on the ground. Unlike the quiet Far Light Academy, the Blazing Li Academy was also in a heated battle. Flames soared into the sky, and fire elements danced in the air. Flames of various colors joined together to form a magnificent sea of fire, blinding everyone who saw it. There were not many students from the Yanli Academy who went out. Only 1/10 of the students went to challenge other academies. The rest stayed in the academy and waited for others to challenge them before rushing back one by one. Therefore, the teleportation square of the Yanli Academy was also filled with the flames of war. Figures rushed in and out of the energy fireworks, fighting until the sky darkened. They did not notice that four people had quietly walked out of the teleportation light screen. The chaotic battle that appeared in front of them stunned Yun, Nuashing, and the others. After a day of peace, they unknowingly got used to it. Then they stepped through the light screen and saw the flames of war on the other side. Hey, watch out for uninvited guests. Just as Yun Nuashing and the others appeared, the students of the Yanli Academy on the square also noticed the four of them. Immediately a soft shout rang out. Then, four figures rushed out from the edge of the square and rushed to the front of the light screen. Yun Nuashing looked at the four people rushing over and could not help but laugh. At this time, they were not wearing the Longguang Academy uniform and were treated as uninvited guests who came to provoke them. Seeing that the four people were getting closer and closer and that the boiling energy was about to burst out of their bodies, Yun Nuashing took out the Longguang Academy uniform and put on her shoulders. Then, she took out the Longguang Academy token and held it out. When the four people saw the familiar symbol, they were stunned for a moment. The energy that was brewing suddenly dissipated, and they even shouted at the sky, "Idiot! We're on the same side!" The person who shouted to be wary of uninvited guests also saw Yun Nuashing's clothes and couldn't help but smile bitterly. The latter wasn't wearing the Highlight Academy's uniform just now, so he couldn't recognize him. The four people hurriedly stopped and cupped their hands to Yun Nuashing and the others. Then they looked at Ziyin and the other two women, and a trace of surprise flashed in their eyes. Then they quickly left. Not long after the four people left, Yun Nuashing was about to leave the square with the others. However, a person appeared silently beside him. Even his soul power could not detect the person's appearance. He was so shocked that he almost pulled out the Nethervoid sword. The person beside him appeared from the space and bowed slightly to Yun Nuashing and the others. He said respectfully, "God's son, Lu Feng of the Divine Wind Temple has been waiting for a long time." Hearing the familiar greeting, Yun Nuashing breathed a sigh of relief and calmed down. He turned around and looked at the person who called himself Lu Feng. After sizing him up slightly, he also cupped his hands and said, "Elder Lu." The right side of this person's face seemed to be rotten. His long bangs hung down and covered it. When the breeze occasionally lifted his bangs, one could see his frightening face and his necrotic eyeballs. There were also many terrifying scars on his rotten face. It was very sinister and frightening. Yun Nuashing looked at the necrotic face with some astonishment. The other half of the face was rather delicate and pretty. He looked to be about 20 years old and should have been a delicate and handsome man. However, for some reason, the right side of his face was completely rotten and destroyed his beauty. Moreover, this person's eyes were very dim, and he looked like he had a lot on his mind. Yun Nuashing could not help but take a few more glances at him. As if he sensed the doubtful gazes of Yun Nuashing and the others, Lu Feng smiled faintly and said, "Godson, there's no need to mind. Someone left this injury behind when I was young. In the future, I'll use it as a warning to myself and remember the lesson of the past." Yun Nuashing laughed dryly. He knew that he had lost his composure a little. It was not polite to stare at someone else's injury for too long, so he hurriedly shifted his gaze away. "Godson, you're going to the trial of fire, right? I'll take you there right now." Lu Feng smiled, seeing that Yun Nuashing was only slightly interested and did not show any disgust or disgust. He felt rather pleased. "Thank you for your trouble, Elder Lu." Yun Nuashing cupped his hands. Lu Feng smiled and shook his head. With a wave of his hand, he rushed into the sky with the four of them and shot towards the north of the flaming Li Academy. With Lu Feng's speed, it only took them a few minutes to reach the peak of a mountain. There were many students of the flaming Li Academy on the mountain peak. They did not seem to be interested in the Divine Institute exchange and were all gathered here to cultivate. When the students of the flaming Li Academy saw the figure that landed, they were all stunned. Those who were close to him hurriedly stood up and cupped their hands respectfully. "Elder Lu." Yun Nuashing looked at these people who stood up in surprise. Their eyes still contained some reverence and apprehension. It was probably because of Elder Lu's daily training that they were afraid. Even the students who were a little further away stood up and carefully came over. "This is the entrance to the Flaming Cloud secret territory. A large amount of fire element is gathered here. Students of the fire element can achieve twice the efficiency with half the effort when cultivating here. Usually, many people gather here to cultivate." Lu Feng looked at the students and waved his hand. He then looked at Yun Nuashing and said with a smile, "This is the trial of fire. It's different from Yuan Guang's spiritual light tower. The Flaming Cloud secret territory has a natural trial ground that is divided into 12 parts. Those who cannot control the fire element well will not be able to pass." When Yun Nuashing and the others were looking at the place, there were also many people who were secretly looking at the four of them. When they inadvertently glanced at the faces of the former and Xian, their hearts trembled. However, when they saw how close Yun Nuashing and the others were to Elder Lu, they quickly swallowed the words in their mouths and lowered their heads without saying a word. The Flaming Cloud secret territory is usually passed by 5 or more people together. The mystery of this is related to the word fire. Although it's not a 5-person trial, it requires 5 people to bear the pressure, said Lu Feng. Chapter 741. At the top of the mountain, there was a wide platform. The broken surface was as smooth as a mirror, as if it had been cut by a peerless divine sword. At the edge of the mountain, there were 5 red iron chains. Each iron chain was about 10 feet thick, and they were connected to the top of the opposite mountain. As the mountain breeze blew, the iron chains made a rustling sound. The space around the 5 iron chains seemed to be distorted due to the high temperature. Obviously, the temperature of the 5 iron chains was not to be underestimated. The first part of the iron chains is usually used to test one's body movement. The 5 iron chains are made of red flame iron. Although the temperature on them is not as high as the temperature of the high-ranked divine flames, it is close to some of the lower-ranked divine flames. If one stands on them for a long time, it will be difficult to withstand them without the strength of a beginner god, Lu Feng said softly. As for the rest, well, you will know after you pass the rest of the deity's test. However, I would like to ask, which stage do you need to pass? Lu Feng asked. Well, Yun Nuashing closed her eyes and looked for a while. Then she said, the second test is the trial of fire. Passing the 7th stage of the Cloud Fire Mystery Land is the same as the Spiritual Light Tower. Hearing that, Le Fong opened his mouth in a daze. Then he swallowed his saliva and smiled bitterly. Deity, to pass the 7th stage, one must have a deep understanding of the divine flames. Moreover, one must at least have the strength of Shenming to pass. I know. I am mentally prepared. After all, I have passed the 7th stage of the Spiritual Light Tower. There shouldn't be any problem here. Yun Nuashing smiled casually. Lu Feng's face twitched. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. After a while, he looked at the people around him and thought for a while. Then he shouted, "Boys, this is your new junior. He is here to challenge the Cloud Fire Mystery Land. Does anyone have the guts to bring a newcomer to challenge it?" Boom! These words seemed to ignite the fighting spirit of many students. A group of people suddenly stood up. That explosive aura caused Yun Nuashing, who was completely unprepared, to be stunned for a moment. Actually, just the few of us will be enough. Yun Nuashing looked at Le Fong and said weakly, "Well, since it's your first time, I'll let you familiarize yourself with it first. They'll tell you the specifics later. It's not like what you think, where the 5 of us advance and retreat together. Well, you'll know later." Lu Feng smiled. As they spoke, for people walked out with steady steps. Flames were burning on their bodies. Their boiling aura was not much weaker than Schwelling Fang's. "Elder Lu, let us take junior brother for a walk." A man with a ponytail who was walking at the front said softly with a warm smile on his face. Yun Nuashing wanted to say something, but Le Fong reached out and patted him on the shoulder. Then Yun Nuashing was directly thrown to the leftmost side of the 5 iron chains. He was stunned. When the ponytail man and the other 3 saw this, they smiled and walked to the other 4 iron chains. Yun Nuashing could still feel the hot wind blowing on his body when he got close to the red iron chains that were about 10 feet thick. If his skin came into direct contact with them, he would probably be branded with a big red mark. The iron chains are 1,000 meters long, and there's an energy suppression on them. Even with an immortal grade movement technique, I reckon that I won't be able to move more than 50 meters in one go. In the time it takes to jump up and down 20 times, I have to be quick from landing to moving my feet. Yun Nuashing touched the back of his hand and muttered to himself, "Newbie, are you nervous?" When the ponytail man beside him saw him muttering to himself, he thought that Yun Nuashing was overly nervous. He could not help but smile and say, "Relax. As long as you think about taking one step at a time, there won't be too much of a problem. If you can't hold on any longer, just shout 'Give up,' and you'll be teleported out." The ponytail man chuckled. "My name is Nieshuang. How should I address you, junior brother?" "Yun Nuashing." "Nice to meet you, senior." Yun Nuashing smiled faintly. He was too lazy to hide anything. When he was in Yuanguang's place, he did not seem to be recognized. If you're ready, then let's go in. There's no need to take out the token. Just take a step forward, and the blazing flame points on the token will automatically be deducted by 1,000, said Nieshuang. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing nodded. He looked at the other 3, then raised his foot and took a step forward. After taking a step forward, Yun Nuashing's body trembled. The bodies of Nieshuang and the other 3 also trembled. Majestic soul power broke out uncontrollably and wrapped around their bodies. This is... Yun Nuashing looked at the spontaneously moving soul power in astonishment. He was stunned for a while, then looked at the heaven and earth in front of him doubtfully. As they took a step forward, the scene in front of them changed. It was no longer a blue sky and white clouds. What was in front of them was a sky that was red from being burned by flames. Below the mountain, there was a sea of fire spreading. The scorching temperature spread from below. In fact, he could feel that there were no other elements other than the fire element. When the cloudy fire secret realm is in progress, it will automatically activate soul power. Normally, it will require the soul power of more than 5 people to bear it together. In other words, there will be at least 5 people in the Cloudy Fire Secret Realm. There will also be other senior brothers and sisters in the Cloudy Fire Secret Realm. Nia Shuang said, as for the first and second stages, the soul power of the 5 of us is connected. We will bear the pressure from the secret realm together. It will be fine if 1 or 2 of us are missing. However, if 3 of us are missing, the remaining 2 will not be able to bear the pressure and will be forced to leave. However, once we pass the second stage, such a thing will not happen. However, the pressure on the soul power is still ongoing. Once our soul power is exhausted, we will be forcefully sent out. Therefore, the soul power is also related to how far a person can go in the Cloudy Fire Secret Realm, Nia Shuang said. What will happen if there are less than 5 people in the Cloudy Fire Secret Realm? Yun Nuashing could not help but ask curiously. The pressure that is comparable to a god-level soul power will crush your soul. Nia Shuang chuckled and said, it is because the soul power inside is too strong that it requires more than 5 students to share the pressure. However, no matter how many people there are, the soul power will not be lower than the 4 seals of the demon rank. Well, I have explained the details. Junior Yin, we will go up first. Take your time. We will wait for you at the entrance of the second stage. After he finished speaking, Nia Shuang smiled and waved his hand. His body moved, and he suddenly leaped onto the bright red metal chain. The moment his feet touched the chain, he did not wait for the chain to begin to sway before he suddenly rushed out. In a flash, he had rushed more than 10 meters away. When Nia Shuang moved, the other 3 nodded at Yun Nuashing and jumped up and down on the iron chain. Their figures were so fast that only a black shadow could be seen. Basically, the scene of their feet touching the iron chain could not be seen. Yun Nuashing muttered to herself for a while. She did not seem to practice the profound body movement technique very much. She was used to using the light element. Therefore, it would not be weaker than a high-level body movement technique. Turning around to look at Ziyin and the others, Yun Nuashing took a deep breath. Staring at the red iron chain, she nodded. Her figure flashed, and specks of light particles surged around her body. Then, she suddenly disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already 50 meters away. Sure enough, 50 meters is the limit, no matter how fast I am. Seeing her position, Yun Nuashing suddenly understood. She had just used the light element, but she still appeared 50 meters away. Clearly, there was a speed limit here. Just as her feet touched the iron chain, she felt an extremely hot temperature coming from her feet. She was stunned for a moment. She quickly lifted her feet and jumped, causing the iron chain to shake violently. Seeing this, the other people watching from the top of the mountain could not help but laugh. The newcomer is in a hurry. After all, it's her first time. Can the little junior endure it? That iron chain is shaking so much. The 4 senior brothers are used to it. They can sprint a second time without their feet touching the ground. The iron chain will not cause too much movement. It's like walking on flat ground. The more the iron chain swings, the harder it will be for the little junior to find a place to land his feet. But his speed is so fast, he can reach the limit every time. In the blink of an eye, he had jumped more than 10 times. Yun Nuashing was slightly flustered. The rhythm of his feet landing was not quite right. Sometimes it was fast, sometimes it was slow. He kicked the iron chain harder and harder, but fortunately, he was not someone who would panic. He simply went with the flow and put more strength into each step. As long as he could find a place to land his feet, he would be able to jump 50 meters away. Nia Shuang and the other 3 were familiar with the pattern of this place. Soon, they arrived at the opposite mountain peak. When they turned around, they were stunned when they saw Yun Nuashing's iron chain swinging up and down like noodles. Especially when they saw Yun Nuashing dancing on the violently swaying noodles. They could not help but widen their eyes. They had gone back and forth in the first stage countless times. Naturally, They knew that if the iron chain swayed because of the rhythm, it would distract them more and more with every step they took. As a result, they would lose control of their precision and speed. In the worst-case scenario, they might fall straight down. This little junior, on the other hand, kicked harder with each step. The speed at which the iron chain swayed became more and more exaggerated. More than 10 seconds later, Yun Nuashing stepped on the iron chain. With a turn, he landed beside Nie Shuang and the others. His long hair fluttered in the wind. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Ahem. A moment later, Nie Shuang regained his senses. He looked at Yun Nuashing strangely and said with a smile, "Not bad, little junior. This iron chain is not something that anyone can pass on their first try. Moreover, it's even more difficult when you're making the same mistake." Yun Nuashing turned around and looked at the swaying iron chain. Then he smiled at Nie Shuang and said, "I'm just messing around. If I was a little unlucky, I would have missed." Nie Shuang nodded in agreement. The iron chain was swaying so much that it was difficult to control it. It was really easy to miss. "Do you want to rest for a while? Next is the second stage," Nie Shuang said softly. Yun Nuashing smiled and shook his head. He did not consume much energy just now. It was only 20 jumps. Although messing around was a little tiring, it was nothing. Seeing this, Nie Shuang also nodded. He turned around and pointed to the front. There were 2 passageways made of flames. Although they were burning 5 or 6 meters in front of them, there was no heat wave. Moreover, one was made of golden flames, and the other was made of ordinary red flames. The path of fire tests the will of flame. It's actually not difficult. You just have to show the will of flame that you've comprehended. As long as it's strong enough, you can pass. This test is hard work, Nie Shuang said. Then he pointed to the golden one and said, "The golden path of fire is the most difficult test. It's also related to the difficulty of the later stages. The red one is of ordinary difficulty. The golden one has not been passed by anyone for 100 years. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing nodded and glanced at the target of the star test. He remembered that there was no prompt about whether to take the golden or red path of fire. However, when he looked at it again, he was stunned. This was because he saw that there was an additional rule. He had to pass the 7th stage of the golden difficulty. A last-minute condition? That works too. Yun Nuashing was stunned by this sudden condition. His eyes widened in a daze. He could not help but laugh bitterly in his heart. Was this test messing with him? Generally, very few people will enter the golden path of fire. The difficulty of the 2nd stage is the same, but the later stages are even more difficult. Nie Shuang sighed. After sighing, Yun Nuashing could not help but shake his head. Then he cupped his hands at the others. "Seniors, I'll go first." Nie Shuang nodded. Just when he thought that Yun Nuashing would walk into the red path of fire, he was stunned to see him raise his foot, stomp on the ground, and rush into the golden path of fire. This, Nie Shuang and the other 3 widened their eyes in shock. However, what made them even more shocked was that Yun Nuashing, who had just rushed into the golden path of fire, ignited a faint purple flame on his body. Then his entire body suddenly disappeared into the golden path of fire. Seeing Yun Nuashing disappear, Nie Shuang and the other 3 widened their eyes. Then they screamed and hurriedly rushed into the red path of fire. Their bodies ignited in flames, and they also disappeared. Chapter 742. The golden path of fire flickered with a brilliant brilliance. When one walked into it, the golden light would also surge into one's body. It was as if one would be digested completely, but at the same time it was as if one had become transparent with no secrets to hide. Yun Nuashing did not know what kind of reaction he would cause when he walked into the golden path of fire, but he had already walked in. The golden light fell on his body, making him feel very warm, but also very strange. It was as if a pair of eyes were looking at him clearly. Under this golden wave, nothing could be hidden. Fortunately, this feeling did not last for long. When the wave sensed the light purple flames on his body, it quietly dissipated, along with his figure. His consciousness was slightly dazed, and his eyes were occupied by a golden light. It took him a while to recover. When he opened his eyes again, Yun Nuashing found that he was standing on a golden plain. His body was emitting faint golden particles, as if he was operating the light element. Not far away, there was a huge black stone tablet. It was 1,000 feet tall, and in this golden plain, there were many people sitting cross-legged. The aura on their bodies was surging, as if they were cultivating. However, looking at their frowns and puzzled looks, they seemed to be comprehending something. This is the third stage. A faint laughter came from the side, causing Yun Nuashing to turn his head. When he saw Nye Shuang and the others walking over, he also smiled. Then he heard the latter say, "The stone tablet contains a majestic power of fire which is constantly emitted in this plane. This stone tablet has a long history. I don't know when it was passed down. The power of fire element contained in it is also very strong. If it really explodes completely, it can even seriously injure a netherworld emperor." That's what the elder said. Pointing at the huge stone tablet, Nye Shuang said, "We can use the power of fire to temper our own fire element. If we want to pass this stage, our fire control technique must at least reach a certain level. When the power of fire that we have comprehended can resist the stone tablet, we can pass. If it's the golden difficulty, this stage basically requires a demigod to pass." Nye Shuang whispered. Yun Nuashing casually nodded upon hearing this. She looked at the enormous stone tablet, inhaled a deep breath of air, and slowly walked to the front of the stone tablet. Nye Shuang and the rest also followed after seeing this. Without the spiritual pressure from the 5 of them, they also felt a little more relaxed. There was nothing on the black stone tablet that was worth paying attention to. Other than the huge word fire in the middle of the tablet, nothing else was worth paying attention to. Place your hand on it and circulate the fire element. It will trigger the power of fire in the stone tablet. If you can withstand it, you pass. If you can't, release your hand as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will be devoured by the fire, Nye Shuang reminded. After saying this, he took the lead and placed his hand on the stone tablet. Billowing fire aura emerged from his body. At the same time, the stone tablet also moved a little. A faint red energy surged out from it and collided with the fire aura on Nye Shuang's body. Yun Nuashing saw Nye Shuang's body tremble slightly. Subsequently, the faint red energy began to darken, evolving into a red color. The energy contained within was also many times stronger than before. Under that energy, the fire element on Nye Shuang's body seemed a little bleak. It was suppressed by the former to the point that it could not move. Bang! When the fire element in the stone tablet turned dark red, Nye Shuang's expression changed. He hurriedly released his hand. However, the fire element still caught up with him and violently slammed into Nye Shuang's hand, sending him flying. Seeing Nye Shuang suddenly fly out, Yun Nuashing was also stunned. Before he could rush out, someone beside him quickly rushed out and caught Nye Shuang, gently placing him on the ground. Yun Nuashing jogged over to take a look. When he saw that Nye Shuang was fine, he heaved a sigh of relief. Nye Shuang's action woke up the people who were training on the plains. They looked at Nye Shuang and the others, then looked at Yun Nuashing in astonishment. When they saw the golden light on his body, they could not help but ridicule surging in their eyes. Golden light. Another person is challenging the gold difficulty. A new face that I have never seen before. Is he a new student? Nye Shuang has already challenged the stone tablet countless times. In the end, he still can't pass it. In the end, he still lacks a little bit of experience. Hearing some whispers, Yun Nuashing also raised his head slightly. He looked at the golden light on his body. So this is the symbol of the gold difficulty. Senior, all of you should take a rest first. I will go and challenge the stone tablet. Yun Nuashing looked at Nie Shuang and smiled faintly. Hearing this, Nie Shuang smiled bitterly and nodded. His demon level 9 seals was not because he was not strong enough. Instead, it was because his understanding and use of flames had not reached a thorough level. He was resisted by the stone tablet and could not pass it. Seeing that he nodded, Yun Nuashing also laughed. His figure flashed, and he came in front of the stone tablet. He suddenly stretched out his hand and pressed it on the stone tablet. Immediately, the golden light on his body seemed to be attracted and was absorbed by the stone tablet. As the golden light that permeated his body was absorbed by the stone tablet, Yun Nuashing also discovered that the originally light red flame in the stone tablet had suddenly turned into a dark gold color. It looked incomparably heavy and contained a terrifying danger that made him feel slightly threatened. Bang! Without giving him time to be in a daze, the dark gold flames surged out from the stone tablet and collided with Yun Nuashing's palm. The huge impact made him almost lose control of his palm. His body trembled slightly. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath, and the purple night flame appeared on his palm. It covered his palm and resisted the dark gold flames that were rushing towards him. After awakening the divinity, the purple night flame that he used was also surrounded by faint golden light particles. It did not seem any different from before. However, Yun Nuashing could feel that with the addition of the divinity particles, the power of the flames had increased by many times. The divinity seems to have the effect of purifying and compressing energy. Yun Nuashing was a little stunned. After the divinity's energy was awakened, it naturally flowed in his body and soul. He could clearly feel that if he used the same amount of energy to fight an enemy, with the divinity and without it, there would be two completely different effects. Moreover, I seem to be more familiar with the ability to sense and control the power of heaven and earth. After sensing the power in the divinity, Yun Nuashing finally understood why a god-level expert could release such terrifying power with just a raise of his hand. While thoughts were surging in his mind, he did not know that he had already resisted the bombardment of the stone tablets' golden flames for several minutes. Nie Shuang and the rest behind him also widened their eyes in shock. They looked at Yun Nuashing in disbelief. They could not resist the bombardment of the stone tablet's flames for long. Moreover, the impact of the flames in the stone tablet was more ferocious than the previous one. However, Yun Nuashing had already resisted for several minutes, and he was at the gold difficulty. Looks like this little junior is not simple. Nie Shuang laughed bitterly in his heart. As expected of someone brought by Elder Lu Feng, Yun Nuashing's understanding of the use of flames was probably not inferior to some demigod-level experts, or even beginner god-level experts. After a while, he finally came back to his senses. Yun Nuashing raised his head and also felt that the power of the flames in the stone tablet was growing stronger. He let out a light breath, and the purple night flame in his palm suddenly condensed into a long, sharp needle. He stabbed it directly into the stone tablet, repelling the dark, golden flames that were colliding with it. As for the light purple flames, with the help of this momentum, they violently crashed into the stone tablet. Swoosh! As the purple night flame rushed into the stone tablet, Yun Nuashing's figure gradually became blurry. In a flash, he disappeared from the gold plains. Everyone was stunned. They opened their mouths in a daze, not knowing what to say. When Yun Nuashing reappeared, he was on a cliff. Clouds and fog flowed in the sky and below the cliff. A cool breeze blew, making him feel a slight chill. He could not help but shiver. He was on a cliff. As far as the eye could see, there was a mountain range around him. On the edge of the cliff, there were 8 huge drums. On the platform that was more than 10 feet wide, he was surrounded in the middle. Every drum was about 10 feet wide, and they were dazzling with the color of flames. Wisps of flame aura flowed around them. Yun Nuashing looked at the drums, and his heart inexplicably moved. He wanted to take out the swirling zither and play a song. However, he immediately suppressed this throbbing. He looked around and saw a line of words on the ground under his feet. He slightly read it, but he was confused. Flame drums, one force stacked on another. You need to use the power of flames to strike. For gold difficulty, all 8 drums will ring together. For normal difficulty, you only need to make 1 drum ring. Yun Nuashing scratched his head. It seemed that he understood. There's no point in thinking so much. Let's give it a try. After a moment, Yun Nuashing took a deep breath. He stood on the spot and raised his head. He casually found a drum and shouted. He clenched his hand into a fist. Faint purple night flame lingered around his fist. He suddenly punched out. A purple fist shadow flew out of his hand and quickly hit the drum. Dong! The drum suddenly made a muffled sound. The purple fist shadow trembled and disappeared. Then the drum shook slightly. A moment later, a thick energy beam shot out from it and went straight for Yun Nuashing. Yun Nuashing was stunned. He quickly leaned to the side and dodged the energy beam. However, his eyes widened in astonishment. His casual punch should have reached the 9 seals of the demon rank. However, the energy reflected by the drum had the power of a demigod. Huff! Yun Nuashing raised his eyebrows and let out a strange cry. Then he threw out another punch. The flaming drum swayed and once again turned into a huge energy light pillar and shot back. However, this time he didn't dodge. He clenched his fist and took a deep breath. Then he suddenly punched the energy light pillar that was reflected back. Boom! A wave of energy hit Yun Nuashing's body and made him take half a step back. The energy beam was sent back like a ball and hit the drum. The melodious sound of the drum made his expression change. He quickly got into a defensive posture. Just as he assumed the horse stance, the bell and drum swayed slightly. An even larger energy light pillar once again surged over. The sharp whistling sound caused the surrounding space to tremble slightly. Yun Nuashing stared at the energy beam that was reflected back. He pondered for a moment. He had some guesses in his heart. Then he leaned to the side and the energy beam brushed past his body. The drum can reflect energy. Every time it bounces back, the energy will increase by 1-fold. In order to make the drum ring without reflecting the energy, I have to stack the energy until it stops bouncing back. Is that so? Yun Nuashing pondered for a moment. Then he took out the Netherworld Ruins sword and slashed down without hesitation. Clang! The purplish-black sword light collided with the bell drum in an instant. A loud, shocking sound suddenly resounded. The terrifying energy explosion caused Yun Nuashing to hurriedly take a step back. He waved his hand and suppressed the raging energy storm, after which he looked at the bell drum, but did not see any energy reflected. The guess in his heart became clearer. Looks like I can't use too much energy. I can only stack it slowly. As this thought flashed through his mind, Yun Nuashing sighed helplessly and nodded. With a thought, the power of the stars and the purple night flame surged out. He condensed 2 long swords in his hands. Then he condensed 6 long swords behind him. They stood upright and floated with the energy turbulence. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath while holding the long swords. The long swords hummed slightly. Rolling fire elemental energy condensed on the long swords. Then he slashed out fiercely. Ding! Boom! The sound of the sword and the sound of the drum resonated together, and a huge white moon sword beam shot back. Yun Nuashing stared at the sword beam that was reflected back and gripped the long sword in his hand tightly. And without any fancy moves, he slashed at the white moon sword beam that was rushing towards him. The light purplish sword light carried the white moon as it rushed out. Once again, it struck the drum. Yun Nuashing took advantage of this gap and slashed out with the long swords in her left hand. A sword light shot toward the second drum. Ding! Dong! 2 strange, rumbling sounds resounded. The rumbling of the bell was accompanied by a terrifying crescent sword light that surged out explosively. The momentum of the sword light actually caused small cracks to appear in space. Staring at the sword light that was reflected back, Yun Nuashing opened his evil spirit eye. The sword light that was rushing toward him suddenly slowed down. Then he slashed out twice and slapped the sword light back along its original path. Then he slashed at the third drum. Chapter 743. On the precipice, under the fiery red sky, numerous sword auras wreaked havoc. The whistling wind caused numerous enormous black cracks to appear in the space. The entire precipice appeared extremely berserk. The sword auras and the ringing of bells resounded incessantly. The thunderous vibrations, accompanied by unparalleled sword chi, came and went again and again. It was unknown how many times they had come and gone. The 8 flaming drums resounded with a chaotic melody, and flames surged out one after another. Yun Nuashing brandished 8 long swords with both hands, and his body was surrounded by purple-red flames. Billowing waves of fire would surge with every swing of his sword. He had forgotten how many times he had swung his sword, and only closed his eyes to feel all of this. His 2 swords continued to dance, and then suddenly turned around to grab the long sword behind him as if he was exchanging dance tunes. He danced wildly in the space behind him, and then switched swords in an instant. There was no pause in the connection between the swords. If there were outsiders here, they would probably only see afterimages that could not be removed, and the 8 long swords were brandished. It was as if the people involved had already fallen into a dance tune, and the accompanying melody was the incessant ringing of the bell and the brushing of the sword chi. Golden energy continued to emanate from his body. Yun Nuashing only focused on swinging his sword again and again, sending out the reflected sword rays once again. Each sword strike was more powerful than the previous one. The bell and drum had also changed from a small swaying to a constant swaying. On this cliff, there were only 2 sounds, the sound of the sword and the sound of the bell. 10,000 transformations, sword body. A soft chant suddenly rang out from the violent sound waves. As the sound rang out, a few shadows suddenly appeared on the dancing Yun Nuashing's body and adhered to him. As soon as those shadows appeared, they grabbed the 6 long swords behind him and followed Yun Nuashing's every swing, brandishing the 6 long swords. As the 8 sword chi were reflected at once, Yun Nuashing's arm trembled. He took a deep breath and crossed his 2 swords in front of him. When he heard the thunder-like ringing of the bell, he suddenly opened his eyes and saw the sword chi rushing towards him like waves. His expression suddenly froze as he opened his 2 swords and shouted, "Sword shadow, lotus flower!" As the shout rang out, Yun Nuashing and the 2 shadows suddenly brandished the long swords in their hands. Sword chi shot out in all directions as though they were free. Clang! 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 Dong! Clang! Clang! The man and the 2 shadows danced wildly. The countless sword chi seemed to have condensed into 3 huge sword chi lotuses that surged out in all directions. The densely packed sword chi not only covered the 8 sword chi that had counterattacked, but also drowned the 8 drums. Numerous buzzing sounds were emitted as the sword chi continued to strike. The densely packed sword chi caused the drums to be unable to reflect the sword chi in time, and they were drowned by wave after wave of sword chi. Dong! 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 The rapid ringing of the bell rang out continuously as Yun Nuashing brandished his sword faster and faster. Light particles pervaded his entire body as his entire body emitted a substantial divine golden light, making him look as ferocious as a war god. Why hasn't it rung yet? As Yun Nuashing brandished his sword, he was incomparably shocked. The power reflected by the 8 drums was already at the level of a divine sun. Logically speaking, it should have rung by now. However, he didn't dare to stop his brandishing hands. Once he did, the 8 sword chi would explode back with a tremendous force. Most importantly, his previous efforts would be rendered useless. Flame! Flame! Yun Nuashing murmured these two words as the purple-red flames became increasingly turbulent. Furthermore, the surging sword Qi contained a dense, divine flame. The sword Qi that filled the sky looked as though there was a person standing in a sea of fire and continuously brandishing his sword. On the mountaintop outside the Cloud Fire secret territory, Xian, Yishi, and the other three stood quietly. The four of them quietly closed their eyes to Mei Mao and didn't think about anything. Lu Feng, on the other hand, was pacing back and forth anxiously. He turned his head to look in the direction of the metal chain and sighed. He then looked at the four of them and was about to say something. Suddenly, the sound of wind breaking came from the horizon, causing him to be stunned. Qi! The sound was like thunder, carrying with it the power of rolling thunder. It resounded in the sky and startled many students on the mountaintop. They hurriedly stood up and looked at the horizon in the distance. There, silver-blue thunder light bloomed, as though a thunder dragon was riding a thunder cloud dragon. Not long after, a figure fell on the mountaintop with the heavenly thunder. The vast momentum shook the ground into pieces. The person who came was a burly man with a stocky back and a bare waist. His hair shone with a resolute luster like steel. His face was as dark as the sky before a storm. What was even more frightening was his silver-blue eyes that flickered with thunderlight. Just looking at them would cause one's eyes to hurt. "He's here, this annoying guy." Seeing the person who came, Lu Feng frowned slightly and sighed in his heart. He didn't expect this person to come so quickly. The person landed on the mountaintop and casually looked at the students with disdain, causing them to feel an irresistible pressure. No one dared to look at him directly. Xian and the other three didn't feel anything. Among the four of them, only she wasn't a god. However, with the 5 elements body, she wasn't afraid of the pressure of a god. "Yang Hua, what are you doing here?" Lu Feng sighed as he slowly walked in front of the large man and asked. The person called Yang Hua nodded slightly when he saw Lu Feng. Then he looked at the metal chain and said, "That boy, he went in." Hearing this, Lu Feng frowned slightly and said, "Yang Hua, be more respectful. That's the god's son, not some boy." "Hey, old Lu, you and I have known each other for so many years. Don't you know what kind of person I am?" Hearing this, Yang Hua sneered and replied, "Who cares if he's the chosen god's son? Although I'm loyal to the 9 divine halls. It doesn't mean that I'll definitely recognize him. I only look at strength. If he's strong enough, I'll naturally respect him as young master. If he's not strong enough, then forget it. Moreover, that brat's reputation wasn't that good a few years ago." Lu Feng's expression froze, and his face darkened. If someone else had said this, he would have turned hostile. However, he knew Yang Hua's personality, so he held back. Yang Hua smacked his lips and said, "You also know that there are many people in the 9 gods' temple who have such doubts. Although the Great Elder and the other higher-ups don't have any opinions about that boy and are even very satisfied with him. Other than the Great Elder and the others have a lot of opinions. How about I give him a chance to prove himself? You, a divine realm deity, have the nerve to make things difficult for the god's son? He's just a demon rank second seal." Lu Feng frowned. "Old man, you're confused. In the divine world, no one who knows Yun Nuashing will treat him as a demon rank. The Great Elder and the others will only treat him as a deity expert." Yang Hua sneered. But Lu Feng was also stunned and bitterly smiled. Indeed, he couldn't use the eyes of a demon rank to look at the Yun Nua planet. Although he was indeed only a demon rank, the damage he could cause was not something a demon rank could compare to. "Even so, I still don't." Before Lu Feng could finish his words, he was stunned. In the distance, a melodious and loud sound of a bell rang slowly and spread across the entire area. It was like a huge bell ringing in everyone's hearts. The vast sound of the bell reverberated in the void, startling the students and elders. They all raised their heads and looked into the Cloud Fire Mystery Land. Their eyes were filled with uncertainty. Did the sound of the bell and drum come from the cloud fire mystery land? Don't. The heavenly sound of the bell rang again, stirring everyone's hearts and making them want to sit down and play a tune. This time, the sound of the bell was even louder and spread across the entire Flamingly College. Even the students who were fighting in the distance stopped in shock. Don't. With the third sound of the bell and drum, Lu Feng's expression changed slightly. The three sounds were different. In other words, this was the result of 3 bells ringing at the same time. As the number of sounds changed, the rhythm would also change. Clang! The fourth sound of the bell and drum was like the clashing of spears and horses. It reverberated across the entire Flamingly College. The grand rhythm pierced everyone's eardrums and caused illusions to appear in their minds. It was as though they were looking at a battlefield where countless weapons were clashing before their eyes. When the fifth sound rang out, Yang Hua was also slightly taken aback. He looked at the cloud fire mystery land with a grave expression. 5 bells ringing at the same time. This had probably not happened in 1,000 years. She slowly opened her eyes. The sound of the bell contained a power that she was most familiar with. This melody contained the power of the stars. Among all the people she knew, only one person could do it. Its brother Nuo. Hearing this, Xian and the rest lifted Mei Mao and looked at the cloud fire mystery land. Their jade-like hands clenched slightly. The endless sound of the bell and drum seemed to cause the heavens and earth to tremble. The fire elements in the heavens and earth played along. The entire Flamingly College quietened down, leaving only the sound of the bell and drum. The most shocked people were Nie Shuang and the rest, who had watched Yin Nuoxing enter. They listened to the grand music in front of them, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. If it was an ordinary person, one sound would be enough to pass. But at this moment, the 7th sound had been played. This made them certain that it was Yin Nuoxing who had caused the commotion. 8 drums ringing at the same time. The momentum is overwhelming, and the power is immense. It will probably be difficult to play the last sound. Lu Feng sighed softly. This time, the bell chimes were exactly the same as the previous one. Evidently, that person had failed to make all 8 bells chime in unison. However, to be able to make all 7 bells chime in unison was already an impressive feat even in the history of the Blazing Li Academy. There weren't many who could achieve this feat at this moment. On the cliff, streaks of sword qi were raging. Although they were still violent, they were directed and had a certain rhythm as they bombarded the 8 drums. 7 of them resonated. Only the last drum remained silent. Sword qi, no flames. The waves of fire are stacked one after another. When the last sound of the bell rings, the momentum will soar into the sky. It is comparable to the full force attack of a god underworld expert. At this time, Yun Nuoxing no longer had any movements of swinging his sword. The sea of fire beside him constantly swept out rolling waves of fire, hitting the 7 drums. As for him, he was holding a huge star sword, facing the last drum that did not ring. Between one person and 7 drums, a strange balance was maintained. The waves of fire and the swaying of the drums were all connected as one. If the last sound was to be played, it had to be integrated into this unique melody. Waves upon waves, the 7 drums are the catalyst. The last drum is the release point. Yun Nuoxing muttered in his heart. Then he took a deep breath, and the starry sword was surrounded by rolling flames. With a loud shout, Yun Nuoxing violently slashed out with his sword. The sword qi of the flame turned into a brilliant crescent light. In the blink of an eye, it hit the last drum. Dong! The distant sound of the 8th rhythm slowly spread throughout the entire Flamingly College. Countless people raised their heads in shock. They did not know who had made all 8 drums ring at the same time. Chapter 744. On the precipice. As the 8th bell rang out, the flames and sword qi that filled the sky disappeared. The 8 drums also slowly returned to their calm state. The bell stopped ringing, and Yun Nuashing laid on the ground, gasping for breath. Other than the 10 feet around him, the other parts of the precipice had been shattered into pieces. Phew! What's the 5th stage? After gasping for breath for a while, Yun Nuashing stood up and rubbed his hands that were almost broken. His vision flashed, and the 5 drums in front of him disappeared. The precipice also faded away. Then Yun Nuashing saw that he had appeared on top of a mountain that was spewing flames. On the charred ground, there were countless fiery red ravines that looked like flowing flames. From time to time, there would be pillars of fire that shot up a few meters high. The scalding sensation that came from under his feet made Yun Nuashing lower his head. Then he saw the hellish scene and was slightly stunned. He looked around and could only see the mountain that was spewing flames. There was nothing else, and there were no hints. Boom! The pillars of flames that erupted rose 100 meters into the air. Lava and scalding rocks were sprayed out, and the sparks landed on Yun Nuashing's body, making him feel slightly hot. There's nothing. After walking around a few times, he still couldn't see anything. The sky was covered by thick gray clouds, and the ground below his feet was on fire. His evil spirit eye slowly opened, and Yun Nuashing walked around again. His heart trembled, and he couldn't help but smile. He lowered his head and saw a huge array on the burning ground. Squatting down and looking at the huge array, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but reach out to touch it. He was slightly shocked. An array that's completely made of fire elemental energy. The elemental energy in an array is usually used to support it. Weaved arrays not only have elemental energy, but also immortal chi, demonic chi, and divine energy. The various elemental energies have to be balanced. I've never seen an array that's purely made of elemental energy, and there's only one type of elemental energy. Yun Nuashing looked at this huge formation in surprise. This was not a complete formation. Only 1/3 of the formation eye of the energy matrix had been woven out. This made him have a guess in his heart. Could it be that the formation is going to be completed? After pondering for a while, Yun Nuashing felt very distressed. She found a place where the flames wouldn't erupt and sat down cross-legged. She waved her hands in front of her, and several large formations appeared in front of her. The azure light illuminated Yun Nuashing's solemn and beautiful face. Yun Nuashing felt a little vexed as she looked at the azure array in front of her. She waved her hand and dismissed it. Then she concentrated and spread out her right hand. Wisps of light purple flames rose from her palm. She focused and took a deep breath after a moment. Then she waved her hand, and the array that had just dissipated condensed again. However, the color was not pure azure, but 1/3 of it was light purple. It's not that easy. Yun Nuashing laughed bitterly when he saw that there was only 1/3 of the flame energy left. It was indeed not as easy to condense as he thought. The energy lines of the formation were filled with the energy of the will of the elements. The various elemental energies existed in a balance. It was difficult to break this balance by only using fire elemental energy to weave the formation. After pondering for a long time, Yun Nuashing casually dismissed the formation and tried again. When the light purple fire elemental energy occupied almost half of the formation, it was difficult to move, which made her feel very depressed. I feel that if the fire elemental energy reaches half of the formation, I won't be able to maintain the formation. Yun Nuashing scratched her head in distress and sighed. Then she muttered, "Then I'll take it slow, one stroke at a time, right?" Thinking of this, she immediately got to work. A wisp of purple night flame burned on her fingertips, and she slowly drew 2 energy matrix lines in the air. When she finished drawing, she even used her evil spirit eye to confirm that it was indeed all fire elemental energy. Only then did she complete the energy matrix lines and outline the core of the formation. Bang! Just as she finished drawing the core of the formation, before she could start drawing the other parts of the formation, The formation exploded into a cloud of energy, smoke with a bang. The fire elemental energy rampaged uncontrollably and finally dissipated into nothingness. Looking at the formation that was destroyed before it was even born, Yun Nuashing's cheeks trembled. She crossed her arms and slowly fell into deep thought. In her mind, pieces of light purple formation appeared from nothing and slowly formed one stroke at a time. Thousands of formations were slowly being woven. The same core showed that this should be the same formation. Furthermore, the patterns weren't complicated and were only of the mundane level. It was equivalent to a beginner training formation. However, even these simple formations couldn't be formed when they were being woven. Every time the core of the formation was woven, the formation would automatically disintegrate. Even if she were to weave the core of the formation first, and then the matrix lines, or even if she didn't follow the steps, as long as she reached half of the formation limit and continued weaving, the formation would be destroyed. After an unknown amount of time, the thousands of formations in her mind were broken and rewoven, and then broken again. This repeated countless times. With Yun Nuashing's personality, she gradually became impatient. She felt that she hadn't grasped the essence of the formation, but she didn't know where the problem was. She shifted her gaze and looked at the half-formed formation underground. The formation was thousands of feet in size. The energy matrix lines and the core of the formation had been completely woven. Even a part of the formation had been woven. It was completely formed from fire elemental energy. More than half of it was fire elemental energy, which made him feel incredulous. After personally experimenting tens of thousands of times, she naturally knew that breaking through the half-formed formation wasn't something that could be done just by trying. There should be something that she didn't understand. I should be able to borrow it and take a look, right? Scratching his head, Yun Nuashing looked at the array on the ground. With a thought, his soul force gushed out and entered the fiery red array, causing him to be slightly happy. He then hastily used his evil spirit eye to observe and analyze it. Just after analyzing it a little, Yun Nuashing was stunned. His eyes widened as he seemed to have discovered the problem. Flowing in the fiery red energy patterns, other than the pure fire elemental energy, there was also a power that he wasn't too familiar with and that he had just obtained not long ago. It was the power of divinity. The power of divinity? It can break the elemental balance and form a pure elemental formation? After analyzing the energy contained within, Yun Nuashing was slightly surprised. He hesitated for a moment and waved his hand. Soon after, a faint purple formation slowly condensed in front of him. Energy, matrix lines, core of the formation. Then, after the divinity energy was woven into the core of the formation, the energy pattern still didn't stop and almost spontaneously completed the formation. Looking at the faint purple formation floating in front of him and emitting surging flame energy, Yun Nuashing was startled. He then shook his head with a bitter smile. He didn't expect that he would be able to solve it by accident. After learning the use of the divinity energy, he didn't immediately start analyzing the formation under his feet. Instead, he focused on the formations in his mind that he hadn't seen for a long time. The 10,000 spirits, killing formation, and the remaining parts of the Great Destruction formation. So that's how it is. After inserting the divinity energy, the blockages and doubts that he encountered in the high-level formations, such as the ceiling formation that he hadn't been able to completely weave, were easily solved. No wonder I couldn't weave the remaining parts. It turns out that they lacked the divinity energy. Seeing this discovery, Yun Nuashing also exclaimed in surprise. After his soul reached the god level, he fiddled with these two formations, but he still couldn't grasp the main points. He still couldn't weave the incomplete parts, and he couldn't even activate the many talismans. Now that he had the divinity energy, there was almost no problem in front of him. Discovering this made him feel even more excited than passing this stage. His attainments in formations had also stagnated for a period of time, and he didn't want to ask Yishi directly. He racked his brains for a long time, but he still couldn't solve it. Today, he had accidentally solved the difficult problem in front of him. The divinity energy has the function of perfection, balance, and transformation. No wonder it can transform the body's structure. I'm afraid that after becoming a demigod, I won't be able to recognize my own body. Although it looks the same on the outside, the inside of my body might be different. After knowing this, Yun Nuashing also heaved a sigh of relief. With the help of the divinity, he perfected a part of the 10,000 Das destruction formation in his mind. When he felt that more than half of the energy in his body had been consumed, he remembered the purpose of this place. He hurriedly stopped and looked at the 80% completed 10,000 Das destruction formation. Its power was countless times stronger than before, and it definitely had the power to contend with high-level gods. When it was completely perfected, he reckoned that he would be able to recognize the true power of the sealing formation. Resisting the urge to immediately perfect it, Yun Nuashing took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and began to recover the huge amount of energy that he had consumed. After resting for a short while, Yun Nuashing once again felt that his body was filled with energy. He then stood up and looked at the formation under his feet. He could not help but smile. His evil spirit eye stared at the core of the formation and quickly analyzed it. Then his soul power surged out, and the silent red energy patterns slowly spread out under his guidance. It was also when he began to complete the formation that the energy between heaven and earth suddenly became violent. The energy of the fire element came crashing down from the sky, forming a huge whirlpool that continuously surged toward the formation. Scarlet flame formation, Yun Nuashing muttered. There was only half a formation here. When he used his evil spirit eye to analyze the core of the formation, he had seen through it completely. Naturally, he could complete it without spending too much effort. However, what made him puzzled was that when he saw through the formation, he also knew its purpose. This was a sealing formation that used the pure fire element to suppress the fire element, using the energy of the same origin to balance each other. Dark red energy patterns flew across the ground, causing the blazing ground to become unstable. Pillars of fire frequently erupted from the cracks in the ground, causing rocks weighing several dozen kilograms to be thrown into the sky. When they fell down, they were smashed into pieces, causing the blazing ground to become a scene of desolation. Those cracks had unintentionally widened, and fiery red magma could even be seen flowing through the mountain. Sensing that the ground had become unstable under the perfection of the formation, Yun Nuashing was slightly shocked. This formation just happened to encompass the scorching ground that was thousands of feet in size. Although it was called the ground, it was on the top of the mountain. The appearance of the pillars of fire erupting was extremely terrifying. Could it be that I made a mistake? Seeing the black ground become brighter and brighter and start to fall apart, Yun Nuashing was a little suspicious. Could it be that he should actually eliminate the formation instead of perfecting it? Forget it. Let's just make the best of it. After thinking for a moment, Yun Nuashing fiercely shook his head. In any case, there was no hint for him to do anything. Furthermore, he had already completed 2/3 of the formation. If he were to give up now, he felt that it was a little too late. Thinking of this, he also increased the output of his spiritual strength in a spurt of energy. After the energy patterns received this energy, their weaving speed suddenly increased. They rapidly scuttled across the black ground, and in less than half a minute, the scarlet flame formation was completed. Boom! Bang! The instant the scarlet flame formation was completed, the black ground suddenly burst with an explosive sound. The earth and rocks in a certain region burst open. Soon after, an incomparably huge magma hand soared up from the bottom of the mountain. Yun Nuashing stared blankly at it. After the huge hand soared up, it suddenly descended from the sky and fiercely slapped down at Yun Nuashing. A blazing wind blew against Yun Nuashing's body, causing him to suddenly sober up. Sensing the power contained in the magma hand, he couldn't help but curl his lips and subconsciously use the light element. Whoosh! Just as the light element appeared, Yun Nuashing's body flashed and disappeared from his original position. The magma hand also suddenly disappeared. Even the black ground returned to its original state in an instant. Yun Nuashing only felt his line of sight flicker. Then he saw the black ground disappear before his eyes. When he focused his eyes again, he saw Zian and the others looking at him in astonishment. Yun Nuashing was stunned as he looked at the few beautiful faces in front of him. He pinched his cheeks. When he felt the pain, he shivered. He turned his head and looked in the direction of the metal chain. He was stunned as he said, "I have been chased out." Chapter 745. This is the 5th stage's formation of the gold difficulty. The gold difficulty is indeed completed, but the 5th stage is connected to the 6th stage. The large hand you saw is actually the 6th stage's formation. However, only the fire element can be used in the 6th stage. At most, the energy in the body can be used. Other elemental energies will be expelled once they are used. Lu Feng answered Yun Nuashing's doubts very calmly. In reality, when he heard the 8 bell rings, he knew that Yun Nuashing was attempting the gold difficulty. Now that he learned that Yun Nuashing had passed the 5th stage, he was also rather surprised. No one had passed the 4th stage of the gold difficulty for hundreds or thousands of years. Hearing this strange condition, Yun Nuashing was also very gloomy. However, he did not remain gloomy for long. He took a deep breath and was about to turn around and charge into the Cloud Fire's secret realm again when a large hand suddenly pressed down on his shoulder, surprising him. He turned around and saw Yang Hua pressing down on his shoulder. He frowned slightly. He seemed to see some hostility. "Kid, why don't we have a match?" Yang Hua grinned. Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment before frowning. When he sensed that his strength was greater than Shinming's, he could not help but become rather doubtful. Moreover, he had no reason to agree. Just as he was about to decline, he suddenly sensed a bolt of lightning hurtling towards him. Afterwards, he saw a fist filled with terrifying silver lightning hurtling towards his face. The oncoming thunder force made Yun Nuashing pause. After he reacted, he hurriedly broke free from the palm that was pressing on his shoulder. Then, a formation that was about 10 feet in size appeared on his palm. The silver-blue power of space condensed on his palm, and a palm met the huge fist. Boom! The explosion caused by the collision of spatial energy and lightning energy startled all the students on the mountain peak. They hurriedly focused their eyes. When they saw the terrifying explosion of energy, they hurriedly stood up and retreated. Lu Feng, who was closest to them, was also stunned for a moment. When he came to his senses, he waved his hand to block the 2 forces that pounced over. He stood in front of Zi Yan and the other girls, then frowned slightly as he looked at the place where the dust was flying. He never thought that Yang Hua would attack without saying anything. Swish! The sound of wind whistling rang out from the dust and swept it away. 2 figures shot out from the dust. One of them flickered with the color of stars, and from the looks of it, he seemed to be constantly retreating. The other figure charged forward with the power of lightning. The 2 figures clashed violently in the air. Every time they collided, the star-colored figure would tremble gently. Yun Nuashing was bewildered as he looked at Yang Hua, who had a fanatical look on his face. He didn't know what was going on. He didn't dare to use the light element here. Compared to Yang Hua's lightning element, his speed was much slower. Thunderous fist. After a few hundred wild exchanges, Yun Nuashing's arms were a little sore and numb. He had just flown backwards for a distance, and before he could stabilize himself, Yang Hua's hands formed a seal with lightning-like speed. Soon after, an enormous thundercloud descended from the sky. Numerous silver-blue thunderbolts were like lightning dragons as they roared and flickered within the thundercloud. That frightening might caused the students below to tremble. Lu Feng also frowned deeply. Before he could move, Yang Hua had continuously compressed the enormous thundercloud until it was only the size of a palm, after which his body flashed and appeared in front of Yun Nuoxing in an instant. Without any hesitation, he smashed his enormous fist downwards. "Old bastard, did you take the wrong medicine?" Yun Nuoxing was shocked and could not help but curse. His 6 wings unfurled from his back with a bang. The element of light flowed rapidly in his meridians, rotating head to tail. In an instant, a golden formation appeared in front of him. This golden formation was the imperial god diagram that Lin Sheng had used before. However, Yun Nuoxing was much more proficient in it than the former. After it was used, the energy lines within it flickered and changed rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it had changed completely. The aura it exuded was no longer as impregnable as before. Instead, it was as sharp as a sharp spear. Imperial God Diagram, Imperial God Sword. Terrifying sword chi swirled around the Imperial Spirit Diagram. Yun Nuoxing grabbed the Imperial Spirit Diagram with his right hand, and with a light shout he sent a palm strike towards the fist that was whistling towards him. Yang Hua's eyes flashed with surprise as the terrifying sword chi wreaked havoc from the golden formation. He then laughed loudly, and the energy in the thundercloud became even more majestic. He clenched his hand into a fist and threw a punch at the golden formation that carried the terrifying sword chi. The silver-blue lightning that burst out caused pitch-black spatial cracks to appear in the space. Bang! The 2 energies that carried the lightning and the terrifying sword chi collided violently in the air. After a dull sound of flesh colliding, the sound of thunder exploded wildly in the sky. Streaks of silver-blue lightning and the golden sword chi came into contact and frantically devoured each other. Crack! The pitch-black clouds churned wildly in the sky, filled with an extremely terrifying aura of destruction. Wherever the silver-blue lightning passed, it seemed that everything would be annihilated. The golden formation also emitted a monstrous sword chi. The terrifying collision was like the collision of 2 meteorites. Even though the 2 of them were high in the sky, the mountain range below them slowly trembled under the collision of the energies. Boom! Crack! The energy fluctuation that was filled with a destructive aura spread rapidly in the air from the collision. The terrifying thunderbolt force directly caused the golden formation to fluctuate continuously. Under the crazy impact of the thunderbolt force, a clear shattering sound quietly entered everyone's ears. "This junior is so strong. He can actually fight against a heaven-ranked elder. He can't hold on any longer." This scene caused many students below to cry out in surprise. They didn't know why Elder Yang Hua suddenly attacked Yun Nuoxing. Furthermore, he attacked so ruthlessly. Those who didn't know would think that the 2 of them were enemies. Yun Nuoxing also looked at the crack on the Imperial God Diagram in shock. Her heart trembled slightly. Her colorful eyes looked at Yang Hua, who was after the energy explosion. With the strength of a heaven-ranked deity, he should be an elder of this academy. Thunderbolt force, lightning element, could he be someone from the Lightning Divine Palace? At that time, Yin Feng also seemed to have told her that someone would find trouble with him. She didn't expect it to happen so quickly. "Hey, kid, you can't hold on any longer?" Seeing this scene, Yang Hua grinned. At the same time, he poured even more energy into the golden imperial god diagram. The tyrannical thunderbolt force spread over the golden imperial god diagram, causing more and more cracks to appear. On the other hand, the thundercloud was still surging. From the looks of it, Yun Nuoxing's imperial god diagram would be the first to collapse. This old bastard is serious. At this moment, Lu Feng's expression was slightly unsightly. His spirit energy was rapidly circulating in his body. Clearly, he was ready to attack at any time. He didn't know why Yang Hua had gone crazy, but from the looks of it, the latter didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. Compared to Lu Feng's nervousness, Xian and Yi, she were relatively calmer. Although heaven-ranked deities were very powerful, Yun Nuoxing hadn't even pulled out her divine weapon at this moment. Therefore, she definitely had the strength to deal with it. Yun Nuoxing's expression was stern as he stared at the imperial god diagram that was about to shatter. He appeared extremely calm at this moment. His colorful eyes were bright and solid. Through the complicated energy, he quietly stared at Yang Hua. His indifferent gaze caused the latter to be slightly stunned. His right hand, which was holding the imperial god diagram, trembled slightly. One of his hands formed a seal, and then he suddenly pushed the imperial god diagram. The imperial god diagram, which had already reached its limit, suddenly exploded under this force, scattering into specks of light that filled the sky. The moment the imperial god diagram shattered, a sword aura that seemed to have been suppressed for countless years madly counterattacked, forcing the oppressive thundercloud to shrink slightly. Yang Hua was also shocked by this sword aura. His figure was pushed back more than 10 meters. He withdrew his right hand that contained the thundercloud. Before he could look at Yun Nuoxing in surprise, the energy aura around him shook him slightly. Buzz! In the sky, 6 huge, colorful arrays slowly emerged from the void. Each array was tens of thousands of feet in size. They were connected to each other and sealed off a space, sealing Yang Hua within. The energy contained in the arrays caused the expressions of countless people to change drastically. Outside the arrays, Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath and wiped the sweat from her forehead. After learning about the effect of divinity on arrays in the 5th stage, she completed the 10,000 spirits killing array and the Great Destruction Array. The 10,000 Tao Destruction Array that was formed at this moment was already close to a perfect state. Previously, the Great Refining Array that was flawed could cause a certain amount of damage to an Underworld King expert. After the 10,000 Tao Destruction Array was completed, the destructive power that spread out was enough to give an Underworld Emperor expert a headache. The smile on Yang Hua's face also stiffened at this moment. He slowly looked around and saw that he was submerged in the 6 huge arrays. He was speechless, especially when he felt the terrifying energy in the arrays. The energy there made his heart tremble. He had a feeling that if the 6 arrays were to operate at the same time, he might die here. Condense. Yun Nuoxing didn't pay attention to Yang Hua's change in expression. He let out a light breath, changed his hand seal, and let out a light shout. The 6 arrays responded and started to rotate slowly. They didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but everyone seemed to hear a series of caw-caw sounds. It was as if the 6 arrays were 6 huge millstones grinding something. As the arrays rotated, everyone also saw that at the edge of the arrays, the void cracked open. Dark cracks continuously appeared, and the cracking sound seemed to be coming from them. The arrays were grinding all the energy in the space. Even the power of space was not spared. Under the gaze of countless people, the 6 colorful arrays set off circles of energy ripples. Boundless energy rapidly condensed in the center of the 6 arrays. The momentum of the condensing energy caused the mountain range to shake violently again. The monstrous energy caused the sky and earth to change color. Regardless of whether it was Yang Hua or the others, they all felt a sense of horror. Wait. Seeing this, Lu Feng was surprised, but at the same time he was unable to hold himself back. With a flash, he appeared beside Yun Nuoxing in a hurry. He looked at Yun Nuoxing rather nervously and whispered, "Godchild, wait a moment!" Yun Nuoxing was also stunned when she heard that. She frowned, but she still nodded. Her hand seal changed slightly, and the energy condensed in the 6 arrays immediately froze. It was like a volcano that was about to erupt had swallowed back the magma. Sensing that the destructive energy had paused for a moment, Lu Feng let out a sigh of relief. Then he frowned at Yang Hua, who was in the array, and said in a deep voice, "Have you had enough fun?" Hearing that, Yang Hua, who was in the array, laughed dryly. With a wave of his hand, the thundercloud dissipated. He nodded and said with a smile, "I've had enough fun." The godchild is indeed the godchild. I was blind. I admire you. The latter part of the sentence was naturally said to Yun Nuashing through voice transmission. He looked at the 6 arrays in horror. Any one of the arrays could turn him into dust. If the 6 arrays were to be used together, even an emperor of the underworld expert would die in them. Then he would probably completely disappear from the divine world. Hearing this form of address, Yun Nuashing was also a little surprised and doubtful. He turned his gaze to Lu Feng, and only after seeing him nod his head did he slowly disperse the formation. However, his gaze towards Yang Hua was still somewhat unfriendly, even though he knew Yang Hua was from the 9 Gods Hall. Anyone who was suddenly attacked as soon as they came out would not be in a good mood, especially when this person was a divine god. Yun Nuashing was, after all, only a devil rank expert. In the collision, just now, she had suffered a loss due to carelessness. Moreover, she could not use the light element openly. If she could, she would have killed Yang Hua long ago. Chapter 746. After a baffling contest, Yun Nuashing rubbed her numb arm and looked at Yang Hua, who was standing a few steps away, with some resistance. Regarding the matter just now, he did not say that he would let it go. He was not a magnanimous person. On the contrary, at certain moments he was a petty person, such as now Lu Feng explained the matter to Yun Nuashing through telepathy, which made her understand something. However, even though she understood and her expression returned to normal, she still looked at Yang Hua with an unfriendly gaze. She looked as if she could not wait to beat him up. Logically speaking, the moment he came out, he attacked without saying a word. How could he be nice to him? If it weren't for the fact that he was an array master and was proficient in array formations that strengthened his body and raised his attributes to the point where he could barely contend against a divine underworld powerhouse, coupled with the power of space, he was able to contend against the divine underworld powerhouse. If he had been just a little slower, it would have been his turn to be beaten. Seeing Yun Nuashing's expression, Lu Feng shrugged his shoulders, then threw a look at Yang Hua that said, "Good luck." In the end, Yang Hua had brought this upon himself. He would not speak up for him. He had already warned Yang Hua from the beginning. If Yang Hua did not listen, then there was nothing for him to do. I understand. What can't I understand? I just hate people like you who launch sneak attacks. Can't you talk things over nicely? It's as if I can't cooperate if you don't attack, Yun Nuashing said faintly. The resentment in her words made Yang Hua and Lu Feng laugh dryly. However, he was just complaining and did not continue to pursue the matter. He sighed, ignored the strange gazes, and said goodbye to Zian and the others. Then he flew into the Cloud Fire's secret territory. Seeing Yun Nuashing leave without saying anything, Yang Hua seemed to want to say something, but he just sighed and looked at Lu Feng. When the latter saw his gaze, he looked at him with disdain and said, "Don't look at me. I won't speak up for you. You brought this upon yourself." "How did I bring this upon myself? I just wanted to test the godchild's strength." Yang Hua mumbled in annoyance when he heard that. "Yes, you did. You were almost completely wiped out. Do you think the Great Elder and the others have nothing better to do than to protect the divine child? If the Great Elder and the others know about this, they will definitely use you to fill the sea eye of the southern ice realm." Lu Feng glared at him and said angrily. In response, Yang Hua could only laugh dryly and say nothing. If the Great Elder and the others knew that he had attacked the divine child, he would probably be in deep trouble. The Great Elder and even the Palace Master loved Yun Nuashing so much that it was almost abnormal. While the two of them were talking, Yun Nuashing charged into the Cloudy Fire's secret domain while enduring the soul pressure. Everyone's jaws dropped to the ground. Unknowingly, more than 10 minutes had passed. Just as Zian and the others were about to sit down cross-legged and wait, a figure suddenly flew out from the Cloudy Fire's secret domain before they could sit down. Seeing that familiar color, they were startled and hurriedly moved. However, Bing was faster. She immediately caught the person who flew out into her arms. Lu Feng and Yang Hua were also shocked and hurriedly ran over. When they saw Yun Nuashing, who seemed to have been roasted by fire, they were speechless. She was so majestic just a moment ago. How could she be so miserable after going in? Furthermore, it seemed that she had been thrown out of the cloud fire's secret territory. Could it be that she had died in there? Yun Nuashing's slender eyebrows were tightly knitted and her eyelids trembled for a while before she slowly opened them. Seeing that she was lying in Bing Er's arms with Zian and the others anxiously surrounding her, Yun Nuashing came back to her senses and took a deep breath. Then she smiled bitterly and said, "I was beaten out again." "What happened this time?" Lu Feng asked. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly and helped little Bing Er to stand up. She patted her chest and said, "There is a flame overlord in the 7th level. Flames don't have a physical body. I don't know how to defeat it. I was fooled around and then I was thrown out. The 7th level is not man-made. That flame overlord has always been living there. There are no restrictions on the 6th level. You can use any kind of energy. Take it slow. The 7th level is a hurdle. You can pass it after a few more tries." Lu Feng patted Yun Nuashing's shoulder and comforted her. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing could not help but smile bitterly. Try a few more times? That place was a world of magma, and there were fire elements everywhere. It could be said that in a place with unlimited fire elements, the Flame Overlord, who was only at the God level, could unleash power equal to, or even surpass, that of the God level. Furthermore, flames don't have a physical body. Many times he could kill the Flame Overlord with one move. In the end, it would turn back into magma and merge into the magma sea, leaving him helpless. The moment Ziyan and the others heard this explanation, they felt a headache coming on. They then started to ponder over it and gave their own opinions and suggestions. Yun Nuashing felt that this was something that could be used as a reference. However, as for trying it out, that would be putting their lives on the line. Even though one wouldn't die within the Cloudfire secret grounds, one would still be tossed out with light injuries. Although he was a little unwilling in his heart, his body still obediently walked into the Cloudfire secret realm. Ziyan and the others looked at each other for a while before shrugging their shoulders. This time, they wouldn't be able to help much. At most, they would be his human pillow when he was thrown out. Just as they were bored and waited for about 10 minutes, there was a sudden explosion of flames in the Cloudfire mystery land. Everyone was shocked. Then they saw a figure flying out of the Cloudfire mystery land like a meteorite falling from the sky. That scene stunned countless people. However, Feng Er flew out quickly and caught that person in her arms. So, no matter how strong the attack is, it's useless if it can't hit. Why don't I just use Star Fall to blow this place up? In Feng Er's arms, Yun Nuashing raised his black face and casually wiped it. He sighed and walked into the Cloudfire mystery land, leaving behind Feng Er and the others with a helpless expression. Another 10 minutes later, Yun Nuashing fell from the sky like a meteor. This time, it was Zian who went out to catch him. Then Yun Nuashing cursed again. He did not care that his black clothes were slightly burnt. He did not even wipe his face and directly rushed into the mystery land, as if he was going to compete with the Flame Overlord. 2 hours passed like this. Everyone watched as Yun Nuashing rushed in and was thrown out. Then he rushed in and was thrown out again, over and over again. Even his hair was slightly curled up from the heat. After Yun Nuashing was thrown out for the last time, his face was darker than charcoal. Even after wiping it dry and wiping it clean, there were still black lines on his face. One could even see the veins on his forehead exploding. That playful face of his looked especially aggrieved at this moment. "I'm not playing anymore. This is a scam. Rubbish game." Staring fiercely at the Cloudfire mystery land, Yun Nuashing suddenly swung his hand and turned around to leave while cursing. Behind him, Yi Shi Zian and the others smiled bitterly and followed. In these 2 hours, they had been watching him being tortured more than 10 times like this, each time more miserable than the last. Zian walked a few steps faster and walked side by side with Yin Nuashing. He naturally held his hand and joked. It's rare for a little star to encounter a difficulty that he can't overcome. I really don't know what to do this time. I can't hit it. No matter how strong my attack is, it's useless if I can't hit it. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly and squeezed her delicate little hand. His other hand was also held by Feng Er. He turned his gaze and looked at them. He smiled bitterly and said, "That flame overlord doesn't have a physical body. Every time my attack is about to hit it, it will turn back into its flame form. Even if it dissipates, it can still emerge from the lava. How do you expect me to fight it?" Shameless. Sticky candy. In the end, he couldn't hold back the anger in his heart and scolded again. After hearing this, little Bing Air's blue-gold eyes turned. Then she asked softly, "Daddy, how big is that lava sea?" Yun Nuashing raised his head and thought for a while before saying, "I estimate that it has a radius of about 1,000 miles. Oh. Bing Air nodded slightly and didn't say much. Yun Nuashing looked at her pondering face and scratched his head. However, he didn't think too much about it. Behind them, Lu Feng and Yang Hua caught up. They looked at Yun Nuashing and asked respectfully, "God's child, where are you going now?" "We don't have anything to do now. Before I think of a way to deal with that thing, we probably won't go there. No matter how many times we go, we won't be able to take it down." Yun Nuashing paused and scratched his long hair. Then he said, "There are still more than 2 months. Let's take a walk around Burning Flame City. At the same time we can ask around. The final battle of the 9 shrine ancestors seems to be in the east." Hearing him mention this, Lu Feng was taken aback. His expression changed slightly. His rotten face was pulled into a hideous expression. After a while he said, "If God's child wants to go there to the east, slightly to the north, there is an elemental plane. In the center of the plane, there is an elemental stone pillar that is 10,000 feet tall. It's near there. There are traces of battle that haven't disappeared even after 3 eras. Elemental plane. Okay, I'll remember it." Yun Nuashing nodded and smiled at Lu Feng. He said, "Elder Lu, you don't have to worry about us. If you have something to do, go ahead." Hearing this, Lu Feng also nodded. He clasped his hands at Yun Nuashing and said respectfully, "God's child, take care." Yun Nuashing smiled and nodded. He waved his hand and led Zian and the other 3 into the sky. They rushed out of Burning Flame School. Lu Feng and Yang Hua looked at each other and sighed. They also turned around and disappeared. After leaving the Blazing Fire Academy, they did not rush straight to the elemental planes. Instead, Yun Nuashing found a decent location in the Blazing Fire City and rented a small mansion. There was even a shop at the back of the mansion, so it was not crowded for the 5 of them to live together. After all, the 5 of them slept in one room with 2 beds. Yun Nuashing was a little speechless. He didn't know if it was because he was used to it, although he had some special feelings for Zian and Feng. And now, after all, men and women couldn't be separated. Moreover, it was fine that the 2 girls slept on the same bed with him. She also joined in the fun. Little Bing Air also didn't want to be outdone and squeezed together. It directly caused the bed to collapse that night, or rather, it collapsed because of the torment. Yun Nuashing wanted to reprimand them, but he couldn't say anything. He also felt helpless. He couldn't bear to reprimand any of the 4 girls. He could only let them do whatever they wanted. However, when the 4 girls saw Yun Nuashing's helpless and pained expression, they giggled and behaved themselves this time. The 3 of them squeezed on one bed, while Shi and Little Bing Air squeezed on the other. Regarding this, Yun Nuashing was very speechless. There were 4 to 5 rooms here. Although the small courtyard was a little small, it wasn't so small that they couldn't live in it. Stay here for a while. Just treat it as a game. Come out to relax, and at the same time practice arrays and forging skills. I want to learn how to refine weapons. Lying on the bed, Yun Nuashing looked at an old book under the faint light of the crystal above his head and said softly, "Refined weapons." Ziyin turned over and lay beside him, shoulder to shoulder. She also looked at Yun Nuashing's book with interest and asked casually, "Yes, it's not useful to us, but in fact formations have a very wide range of applications in daily life. Weave a formation into a tool and give it a unique ability. This is a formation tool." Yun Nuashing said, "Ordinary small objects can possess the power of a formation after they're formed and weaved into a formation. This is a formation tool, but it can also be weaved into a formation during the refining process. Both of them have the effect of a formation, but in terms of effect, the latter is much more powerful than the former. This is because the latter can determine the formation tool refined according to the use of the formation, while the former can only be given the power of the formation. Smithing art and smithing art are the same, but smithing art is purely used to forge weapons, whereas smithing art is used to refine some commonly used auxiliary tools that are supplemented by magic formations. For example, the airships, treasure basins, portable portals, and medicinal cauldrons that we've seen before are mostly non-aggressive. Of course, this depends on the refiner. Listening to Yun Nuashing's eloquence, Yi Shi also turned over in boredom and looked at him. She said, "Brother Nua, why do you suddenly want to learn refining weapons?" Yun Nuashing looked up thoughtfully, then said, uncertainly, "On a whim." Yi Shi looked at him speechlessly, then sighed and said, "But Brother Nua is also a formation grandmaster now. Although you lack experience in forging skills, you can still be considered a beginner's 7th rank blacksmith, which is a divine rank level 1 blacksmith. Based on these 2 points, there won't be any obstacles in refining weapons. But I don't believe that Brother Nua is doing this on a whim. You should have some special purpose, right?" Yi Shi looked at Yun Nuashing and smiled wickedly. "It's not completely on a whim. Part of the reason is indeed on a whim." Yun Nuashing nodded with a smile. He said, "The star map is also a very powerful formation tool. It's a teleportation formation tool. Just to collect its fragments, I have to travel through the entire God realm. Now, I haven't even repaired 1/10 of it. I think that if I practice refining weapons, I might be able to repair it myself. But the structure of the star map is very complicated. It's as complicated as Su Ming and the others. To be honest, I don't have much confidence in repairing it." Yun Nuashing sighed. The star map was given to him by Xianyin. Although it was in a damaged state when it was given to him, its profound function allowed him to freely travel through the God realm and teleport to wherever he wanted. However, in its current damaged state, not to mention traveling through the God realm, it was already good enough that it wasn't thrown underground. Last time, when he was teleported from Starfall City to find the Void Fire, he had thrown them into the Northern Ice Realm. This was also because the star map was too damaged, making it difficult to locate. If it was repaired, he really could go wherever he wanted. Chapter 747. One move to dominate the entire world. The next day, Yun Nuashing and the rest stood in front of the shop behind the mansion. The shop had been renovated and looked quite good. In the morning, many people gradually woke up. The street that the shop faced was one of the busiest in the city of Burning Flames. The rent for the mansion was rather high, but to Yun Nuashing, who was used to being rich, this price was nothing. The sun had just lit up the sky, and the city of Burning Flames came alive. People appeared on the street, one after another. It was only dawn, but many people passed by. Most of them were stunned when they saw the shop that had suddenly opened. However, when they saw the few girls standing at the door, their eyes instantly widened. They couldn't even walk anymore. They all stopped and stared in shock, causing a few exaggerated traffic accidents, recycling old array tools, weapons, cauldrons. No. Repairing array tools, weapons, and arrays. Refining array tools and weapons at the same time. Starting from 10,000 gold for immortal rank, 10,000 gold for demon rank, and 300,000 gold for demigod rank. Prepare your own materials. Special treatment under special circumstances. There are only things you can think of, but nothing you can't refine. Looking at the signboard in front of the shop, Yun Nuashing nodded in satisfaction. Then he looked at the last line of words and hesitated. Isn't the last line a little too exaggerated? Zian and the rest nodded silently. Yun Nuashing scratched his head in embarrassment. Just as they thought that he would change it, he said calmly, "Forget it. I'm too lazy to change it. Let's just do it." Zian and the rest. A few meters away from the shop was a small tavern. The business inside was booming as well. Regardless of the weather, the tavern was open from morning till night. The fine wine inside was unique and attracted countless people from the nearby streets. It was a rather good tavern in the city of burning flames. There wasn't much in Yun Nuashing's shop. There were only a few potted plants, a long table, and a few chairs. There were a few calligraphy and paintings hanging on the wall. It looked very simple and crude. Yun Nuashing looked around and saw Zian and the other girls. She couldn't help but tease. "It's indeed a bit shabby, but girl, just stand there and you'll be able to see the scenery of our restaurant." Zian rolled her eyes at him, stroked her long hair, and said softly, "You only read books last night. Can you handle it?" I know the theoretical knowledge. As for how to refine it, it's just refining anyway. Once I get it, I'll know. If it's just a problem with the spirit design, then it's not a problem." Yun Nuashing chuckled. She didn't feel nervous at all. Although she had done some last-minute research, it was enough. Moreover, it's the first day of business. There shouldn't be many people coming. Yun Nuashing looked at the bright sky. There were more and more people on the streets. He couldn't help but sigh. He wanted to divert his attention and see if he could get some inspiration from studying arrays and weapons. His goal was still to take down the Cloudfire secret land. Opening a shop was just a side activity for him to rest and learn. "Do you want us to go out and receive customers? Be our signboard?" Zian smiled and rubbed his shoulder. Yun Nuashing coughed dryly. Then he pretended to be calm and said, "Forgive me, but our shop doesn't require such conditions." Zian looked at him with a smile, which made him a little uncomfortable. When she saw him looking away, she smiled and looked at Feng Er and the others. This guy was reluctant. Although there were many people on this street, and many passers-by would take a look at the shop that suddenly opened, not many people were interested. They just took a look and left. Yun Nuashing and the others didn't do anything to open the shop. They simply opened the door and hung a sign outside. Therefore, after half a day, not a single customer stepped into the shop. Yun Nuashing wasn't in a hurry. He didn't make a living by opening a shop. He just came here to play with a half-interested attitude. He treated it as a life experience. The tavern next to it was much better than this cold shop. Even though they were separated by 2 walls and an alley, they could still hear the clamor inside. There were countless people coming and going, which made many people take a second look at this cold shop. However, it was just a second look. Zian and the others were bored and wanted to go shopping. However, after secretly glancing at Yun Nuashing, who was reading quietly, they gave up the idea. They sat with him in the shop and took the books in his pendant to read. Just after noon, Yishi, who couldn't sit still, dragged Zian to the tavern next door to buy wine. They brought back several jars of wine, and all of them were opened. The fragrance of the wine almost suffocated Yun Nuashing. However, what surprised Yun Nuashing was that after the 2 girls went to buy a few jars of wine, they actually brought back a group of people. They were dressed luxuriously and seemed to be the young masters of some powerful forces in the city. Not only did this group of people squeeze into the shop, but Yun Nuashing could also see the onlookers outside through the window. This made Yun Nuashing speechless. He glanced at Zian. She was also carefully looking at Yun Nuashing and cutely sticking out her little tongue. Needless to say, he knew that with this girl's ability to cause trouble, this group of people must have been attracted by her beauty. This girl could attract a group of people just by buying wine. Slowly closing the book, Yun Nuashing sat quietly on the chair without any intention of getting up. She looked at the group of people who entered the shop and said softly, "May I know what business you have with us?" "Our shop takes care of all the maintenance and refining of array tools and weapons. Is there anything we can help you with?" The group of young men who walked into the shop were slightly surprised when they saw that although the shop was very big, it seemed very empty because there were no furnishings. They looked at Zien, Fong, and Little Bing Er with interest, and then fixed their eyes on Yun Nuashing. A glimmer of light flashed in their eyes and they smiled. "Young lady, are you a blacksmith?" Yun Nuashing's face twitched slightly, and she nodded casually. "I've studied it." "Hey." The young man smiled and reached out to stop the person behind him who wanted to speak. Then he thought for a while and took out an item from his pocket. He gently placed it in front of Yun Nuashing and said, "This is a 4th grade demon rank weapon. It has been used for a long time, and the array inside is worn out. Young lady, can you repair it?" Yun Nuashing glanced at him and was a little surprised that this young man didn't act rashly. Moreover, from his identity, he didn't seem to care about a 4th grade demon rank weapon. It was obvious that he came for them. However, she didn't say anything. Since he was a guest, it would be fine as long as he didn't cause trouble. Her eyelids drooped slightly, and her slender hand slowly stroked a small bell that was about a foot long on the table. This bell was black, and there were strange patterns engraved on the surface of the bell. There were also some dents, as if it had been dented by a violent impact. Moreover, the array inside seemed to be half destroyed. It wasn't impossible to repair it, but the cost of repairing it was enough to buy a better one. The evil spirit looked at it for a while, but Yun Nuashing smiled faintly. She raised her head and looked at the young man. She said with a faint smile, "The weapon that young master has taken out isn't a 4th grade demon rank weapon, but a demon rank weapon. Moreover, the reason for its damage isn't because of overuse, but because it has been worn down by time. This small bell should be a demon rank weapon that has been abandoned for more than 1,000 years. However, you have renovated its appearance, making it look no different from a newly damaged one." When he heard Yun Nuashing directly expose the nature of the small bell, the young man looked at Yun Nuashing in surprise. His eyes rolled, and then he smiled and cupped his hands together. "Young lady, you have good eyesight. That's right. This bell was obtained from a relic. It's a high-grade demon rank weapon, and that relic has existed for more than 1,000 years." When Yun Nuashing heard this, she curled her lips in an unconcerned manner. That lovely manner caused the young man's eyes to involuntarily emit some fire, after which he laughed softly and said, "I was rude when I tested young miss earlier. I wonder if young miss can repair it? I can pay a high price." Yun Nuashing lowered her head and looked at the small bell that was so badly damaged that it was unbearable to look at. She was a little speechless. However, since it was her first business deal, she could only pinch her nose and accept it. "Come and get it tomorrow. If there's nothing else, please leave." The main reason was that Yun Nuashing felt a headache when she saw the green light in the eyes of this group of young men. She could only helplessly ask them to leave. At the same time, she could not help but curse in her heart. It was as though this group of people had never seen a woman before. There was something wrong with their eyes. However, it was no wonder. In an empty shop, there were only 5 young ladies who were worth looking at. These 5 clearly included Yun Nuashing. If they knew that she was actually a man, it was unknown if they would poke their own eyes out. The group of young men also understood that Yun Nuashing wanted them to leave. They curled their lips and did not seem to have any intention of paying attention to her. However, the young man who led the group put on a smile that he thought was gentle. He then cupped his hands and gradually left the shop. He was not worried that the small bell would disappear. It was originally a piece of junk. Many blacksmiths would say that it could not be repaired even if they saw it. As for Yun Nuashing's words, he did not question it. It was not that he did not want to question it, but that he did not want to question it in front of these women. It would make him feel that he was lacking in character. "We're leaving just like that." After they were some distance away from the shop, The people behind the young man could not help but mutter. They looked at the elegant young man strangely. When they were in the tavern, he was the one who struck up a conversation with Yun Nuashing first. In the shop, he was also the one who left first. They could not figure out what he was thinking. It's normal for blacksmiths to be a little arrogant. I didn't expect that little girl who looked like she was only 16 years old to be a blacksmith. The young man smiled. In a new shop, there was nothing inside except for a few girls. If it were not for the sign hanging at the door, perhaps no one would know what they were doing. That little thing is useless. At least it's useless before it's repaired. It's just an excuse to talk to them again. Hee. Hearing this person's words, those young men could not help but click their tongue. This guy was attracted to beauties again. The girls in that room were all top-notch beauties. Would any of them be harmed by him? However, these people's worries were not a problem at all, because when they entered the room, Feng, and the others did not even look at them. This also showed that they did not care at all. The only person they cared about was Yun Nuashing. If Yun Nuashing knew what this young man was thinking, she probably would not accept the order and would directly ask him to scram. However, he did not know that. Moreover, since he had accepted this business, he would also seriously repair it. The so-called seriousness was that he would spend 2 hours at night fiddling with it. He found new materials and repaired it. The worn-out little bell was restored to its original state. Even the array inside was restored. His God-ranked soul, coupled with the evil spirit I allowed him to observe in detail. Not all complicated arrays could be seen clearly, so this little thing was naturally not a problem for him. What made him curious was that after the little bell was repaired, he could see that it was neither a weapon nor an array tool. It was a key that had reached the demigod rank. A key! After coming out of the forging room, Yun Nuashing casually threw the little bell to Yishi. When the latter heard his words, she was slightly taken aback. She casually caught it and looked at it. She also understood why he said it was a key. The array engraved on the little bell was a kind of array that could be used to unlock or open something. This array was the type that was used to unlock or open something. Although they were curious, they didn't think too much about it. The next day, they threw this thing to the young man who came to the shop early. This time he was the only one who came, and it was obvious at first glance that he had dressed up meticulously. The luxurious clothes and the hair accessories showed that he had come with intentions without needing anyone to explain. However, regarding this, Yun Nuashing and the others did not take a second look. The young man was also not in a hurry. He picked up the little bell and looked at it. The smile on his face instantly stiffened. Including the cost of the materials, a total of 10,000 gold. Thank you. Seeing him stiffen, Yun Nuashing didn't know why he was so stiff and said to himself. The young man was stunned. Then he stared at her very seriously for a long time. After a while, he smiled faintly. He casually took out a space ring and placed it on the table. After thinking for a while, he gently put down a gold card and said with a smile, "Miss, here's 1 million. I'll have to trouble you with the things inside. I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave." After saying that, he politely cupped his hands and smiled faintly at Zian and the others. Then he turned around and walked out of the shop unhurriedly. When he walked half a street away, he turned around and saw that there was no movement in the shop. Only then did he quickly run away. Yun Nuashing reached out and grabbed the space ring. After casually looking inside for a while, she could not help but say, "The things inside are placed casually. They shouldn't be anything important. Moreover, they're all pitifully rotten things. A few of them are so rotten that they're incurable. It's most likely a bargaining chip that he used to get in touch with you." However, he suddenly realized that he had something to do and just happened to throw it away. She took a sip of tea and said, "Who cares? Since it's a business deal, just accept it. 1 day should be enough." Yun Nuashing smiled and took the gold card. She smiled and said, "The first bucket of gold in life." Yes. Chapter 748. In the forging room, A purple-red flame was surging in the furnace. Vast soul power turned into thin threads and invaded the formation tools and weapons in the flames, repairing the formations inside. Occasionally, 1 or 2 pieces of metal would be thrown in to repair the damaged areas. If other blacksmiths were watching, they would be so shocked that their tongues would fall out. Yun Nuashing was repairing 2 formation tools and weapons at the same time. This was even more difficult than refining 2 divine-grade weapons at the same time. She had to stably divide 1 strand of soul power into 2 strands and accurately transmit the information back. At the same time, she couldn't misinterpret the information. Even a Grandmaster blacksmith wouldn't dare to do this kind of multitasking. A Grandmaster blacksmith has become a repairman. She sat on the edge of the forging table and swung her legs. Looking at the busy Yun Nuashing, she couldn't help but say with pity, "Big brother Nua, your talent is crying." Ahem. Yun Nuashing coughed dryly and said, "It's all the same. When a swordsman can't find a kitchen knife, he can only draw the sword at his waist to cut vegetables. But wouldn't it be more attractive if you hang up the signboard of 'Can forge 7th grade weapons'? Although there are many people who doubt it, there might be people who come to take a look. After the fame spreads, people will know that there really is a 7th grade blacksmith grandmaster here." Zi Yen was sitting on a small stool at the side. Her slender and perfect jade legs were crossed, and her jade hand was supporting her chin. She was looking at the serious Yun Nuashing, and her beautiful eyes were twinkling with splendor. The little star who was concentrating on something really looked very attractive. But a Grandmaster blacksmith is a human resource. It's very popular everywhere. When the time comes, people will come to find me, right? I don't want to deal with those troubles. Yun Nuashing tilted her head and glanced at Zian. She then turned back and focused on repairing the formation tools in the furnace. From time to time, she would condense her soul power into a heavy hammer and lightly hit it. "Did you get anything?" Feng asked gently. "No." Yun Nuashing shook his head helplessly. He thought that by looking at other things and diverting his attention, he would be able to quickly think of something that would help him overcome the hurdle he was currently facing. However, it had only been a day or 2, and there was still plenty of time. He was not in a hurry and was in a good mood. After refining for a while, Yun Nuashing seemed to have thought of something. Without turning her head, she said softly, "Girl, you're about to advance to the demigod level, right?" Zian, who was looking at him in a daze, paused for a moment, then nodded and said, "I'm at the peak of the demon rank. I think I'll be able to break through to the demigod rank in a few days." As soon as she said this, Yun Nuashing and She's expressions changed slightly. Yun Nuashing's face was a little bitter, but she didn't think too much about it. After all, he was in such a state. She, on the other hand, was a little happy. It had only been a little more than a month since the last challenge, and this girl had advanced 2 realms in a row, reaching the peak of the demon rank. This had a lot to do with Zian's talent. Originally, after reaching the demon rank, one's cultivation should get slower and slower, but this girl did the opposite. The most important point was that she had always been by Yun Nuashing's side, and the resonance between the 5 elements body and the spiritual godly body allowed her to cultivate very quickly. At that time, she had also eaten a Qilin moon, and the godly medicine's effect had been changing her potential and body. It was understandable for her to have such a cultivation speed. If Yun Nuashing cultivated normally, she would have already reached the 3rd cycle of the demigod rank, but he could only hold it in. As if seeing Yun Nuashing's gloomy face, Zian wanted to comfort her, but after thinking about it, he changed the topic and said with a smile, "Little star, I want to go to the Southern Ice realm to take a look." This sudden change of topic startled Yun Nuashing, but then she nodded with a smile. "Okay, the Southern Ice realm will be added to the waiting list. As for when to go, well, you can decide, or it depends on the situation." Zian smiled. When they changed the topic, Yun Nuashing would temporarily put the previous matter aside. It wasn't that he had forgotten but he still remembered it. He just didn't mention it. Half a day passed quietly, and the efficiency was much faster than expected. As the night approached, Yun Nuashing repaired the 8 things in the space ring. When he casually asked what plans they had for the night, "Shopping. Daddy, I want to eat." The girls gave 2 answers at the same time, making Yun Nuashing speechless. However, he didn't refuse and agreed. After casually tidying up the shop, he brought the girls out. At night, Burning Flame City was bustling as well. On both sides of a street that was not too wide, there were many shops. Before one could walk to the end of the street, one could smell all sorts of fragrances wafting out from the food street. Just the smell of the food made one's stomach growl uncontrollably. As expected, compared to the restaurants, the food street is more enjoyable. Eating from one end of the street to the other, this is the happiness of a foodie. Standing at the street entrance, the street was filled with lights. Although it wasn't crowded to the point of being crowded, it was already very lively. Little Bing suddenly sniffled, and her blue-gold eyes lit up. Without saying a word, she grabbed Yun Nuashing and began to run with her long, jade-like legs. Ah! Being suddenly pulled, Yun Nuashing also cried out in surprise. He quickly grabbed Zi Yan's jade-like hand and then dragged her to run. Zi Yan also cried out in surprise and pulled Feng Air. Feng Air carried Yi Shi, and the 5 of them formed a long strip and ran on the snack street. That scene made all the passers-by stare with their eyes wide open. After a while, Bing Air rushed into a shop with a few of them. Without another word, she sat at the biggest table. Then, she stared at the shop with her shiny Mei Mao, full of anticipation. The shop wasn't very big. There were only 6 small rectangular tables, and each table could only fit 5 people. There were warm crystals hanging on the walls, and the shop was empty. Similar to the bleakness of autumn, the shop was cold and cheerless. "Oh, customers are here. What would you like to order? I recommend our shop's signature medicinal cuisine. Just 1 bite will keep you warm for the whole autumn and winter." A person suddenly appeared behind the stove. It was a middle-aged man with a clean apron around his waist. It seemed to be new, and his face was full of smiles. There were no waiters or waiters in the shop, so the middle-aged man was probably the boss. Yun Nuashing smiled and said, "Then let's order the medicinal cuisine. Give me 5 servings first." "All right, no celery." "Okay," the boss answered. In just a few minutes, 5 servings of medicinal cuisine, 5 bowls of white rice, and a side dish made of green vegetables filled the small table to the brim. "Hee, it's rare for a few young ladies to come to the shabby shop, so I'll give you a portion of my secret spiritual dish," the boss said with a smile. After putting down the food, he turned around and went back to the stove. He squatted under the stove as if he was doing something. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath, and a hint of spiritual light flashed through her eyes. There were some spiritual herbs in this medicinal cuisine. Perhaps they weren't very old, but the rich spiritual energy was enough to increase a cultivator's cultivation level. However, at this moment, he didn't care about the spiritual energy. He just smelled the fragrance of the food. He quickly raised his chopsticks and said with a smile, "I'll eat first as a sign of respect." After saying that, he suddenly buried his head into the pot and the white rice. A satisfied expression appeared on his face as he ate the meat of an unknown demonic beast with the white rice. He raised his head and took a deep breath with his eyes closed, as if he was about to ascend to heaven. When Ziyan and the others saw his exaggerated expression, they also smiled faintly. They carefully picked up the medicinal ingredients in the jar and slowly placed them into their small mouths. Their elegant chewing and swallowing caused Yun Nuashing's pretty face to turn slightly red. She hurriedly slowed down her speed. It was such an ordinary shop. The dim light of the crystals, the shabby tables and chairs, and the delicious food that made people drool. The warm light and steam filled the shop, and the atmosphere was warm and harmonious. "Boss, give me 10 more servings in batches." Yun Nuashing greeted the boss. He was distracted for a moment, and when he came back to his senses, he found that Little Bing, Air, and Foam had already finished the food in front of him and reached into his pot. He was speechless. He glanced at the two women, and they were also blushing. However, they still ate the less than half of his remaining food under his gaze. They didn't even leave the bones for him. Weren't you guys eating very elegantly and slowly just now? Yun Nuashing muttered gloomily. Okay. The person behind the stove responded to the boss's voice. However, after a while, the boss slowly stood up. Yun Nuashing was a little curious. He couldn't help but walk over and ask, "Is there anything I can help you with?" When the boss saw him suddenly walk over, he was also surprised. Then he chuckled and said, "It's nothing. It's just that the array tool under the stove is a little broken. It's a little slow because one pot is missing. However, it's not a big deal. There aren't many people anyway." "Array tool? Do you need me to help fix it?" Yun Nuashing smiled. "Little girl, are you a weapon refiner?" When he heard this, the boss was a little surprised. However, he wasn't too surprised. When he saw the clothes of this group of little girls, he knew that they weren't ordinary people. However, he didn't know why they came to his place to eat. "I know a little." Yun Nuashing nodded. He was too lazy to change the way he addressed her. In any case, they weren't people who spent a lot of time together. It didn't matter whether he changed the way he addressed her or not. After he finished speaking, he walked behind the stove and squatted down. He looked at the array tool under the stove. The boss also stepped aside and focused on watching Yun Nuashing fiddle with it. Okay. After a while, Yun Nuashing stood up, clapped her hands, and smiled. "Thank you, little girl." The boss chuckled and said, "Go and sit for a while. I'll send it to you in a while. Make it big." "Thank you, boss." Yun Nuashing also responded with a smile. Not long after, the boss brought over a few new earthen jars. They were much more beautiful than the previous ones. Moreover, the spirit energy coming out of the jars was denser than the previous ones. It was obvious that these were spirit herbs of a higher age. The boss chuckled as he looked at Yun Nuashing and the others, who were eating enthusiastically. His hands were busy with the next set. He couldn't help but sigh. Little girls nowadays can eat too much. After struggling for a while, they added 5 more sets. When they were satisfied, the 5 of them left the medicinal cuisine shop. Then they ran to the snack stall next door and picked up skewers. They also carried rice balls, barbecued meat, and various kinds of magical beast meat in their hands. The spirit energy was dense. Yun Nua Star also fully displayed the style of a foodie. They ate from the street to the end of the street, sweeping away the clouds. Even Ziyan and the others followed suit and ate heartily. In any case, the food that entered their stomachs would quickly be broken down into energy. This energy didn't seem to be particularly abundant. To put it simply, it wasn't easy to eat until they were full, unless it was some medicinal cuisine that was very rich in spiritual energy or the meat of powerful magical beasts. Burp. Ziyan supported Yun Nuashing's shoulder. Half of her body was hanging on him. She burped and said softly, "I ate too much." "Too much? I think it's okay." "Well, if you ate too much, take a rest. You can leave later." Yun Nuashing glanced at her and nodded. When she responded, she buried her head in a piece of golden barbecued meat that was the size of a wash basin. When the people on the side heard this, their cheeks couldn't help but twitch. They looked at the spoils of war beside Yun Nuashing and the others. There were hundreds of plates and bowls piled up. These girls must have eaten at least 500 kilograms. It was frightening to see them. How could these beautiful girls eat so much? And they were all as slim as willows. How could those who didn't eat and would get fat if they didn't eat? When Ziyan and Yi she were declared dead, Yun Nuashing, Feng, and Little Bing Air were still eating. The latter two were mythological beasts and could eat a lot. However, Yun Nuashing was a human, although she was slightly transformed by divinity and basically belonged to the category of non-human. She was at least a human. Zian didn't understand why she could eat so much. The food here contained a lot of energy. Gradually, her digestion speed couldn't keep up with her eating speed. She had to stop eating. Could it be that the divine body of a receptive spirit could eat a lot? Seeing Yun Nuashing struggling with one hand, Zian tacitly agreed. In the end, they almost finished all the ingredients in the shop. Only then did the 5 of them walk out with satisfaction under the dull gazes of the boss and the staff. Those who were also eating in the shop were so dazed that they forgot to eat. The food on the table had turned cold. These girls must be monsters. They ate 10,000 gold coins in one meal. The boss smiled bitterly as he looked at the messy kitchen. He couldn't help but sigh bitterly. Children these days really had a big appetite. 10 gold coins was enough for an ordinary family of 4 to live a well-fed life for a year. The 5 of them ate the food of 4 people for 1,000 years. Are you full? Yun Nuashing walked to the end of the food street and stopped halfway up a small mountain. Looking down at half of Burning Flame City, she glanced at the girls who didn't want to walk and couldn't help but laugh. I haven't eaten so much in many years. She smiled bitterly and held her stomach. Even though she was an emperor god expert, she still needed a while to digest the food in her stomach. She was probably the one who digested the fastest among them. I'm full. Foam rubbed her stomach and stuck out her little tongue. You and Bing Air can eat more than me. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes and rubbed Foam Uri's stomach. She said, it's already bulging. Foam pouted and leaned her delicate body against him. She closed her Mei Mao and enjoyed the night breeze. She was very comfortable. Daddy, I still want to eat. Little Bing Air hung on Yun Nuashing's body. Her pair of blue and gold eyes sparkled as she looked at Yun Nuashing. Yun Nuashing and the others. Chapter 749. The 7th stage. 5 seconds passed. The 8th stage. 1, 2, 8 seconds. Continue. Ugh. Although I've lost everything, I still want to watch. At this moment, there was an uproar on the lively street. Following a series of countdowns, there was a loud cheer, as if there was a lively event going on. 12 stages, 15 seconds passed. Too strong. I lost again. This little girl is actually a formation master. No, this is the standard of a master. Definitely at the standard of a master. A wall of people formed in the lively area, as if the people from the nearby streets had all come over. They abandoned their shops and ran over to watch. Through the crowd, one could see that in the center, there was an azure formation flickering. A girl with colorful hair stood in front of the huge formation. Her eyes focused on the formation. After a while, she raised her hand and moved it a few times. The formation instantly disintegrated, shattering into azure particles and dissipating. Roar. The 15th stage. When the crowd saw the shattered formation, they roared again, as if they were happier to see the girl crack the formation than to see themselves crack it. This was a game that was related to magic arrays. Players only needed to continuously crack the magic arrays. Of course, the cracking here couldn't be done with brute force. One could only use the power of the soul or use magic arrays to crack the magic arrays. For magic array masters, this game was quite familiar. Many magic array masters would use this game to strengthen their own magic array attainments. This kind of game formation device was quite common. Even if there were many formations on it, they were common formations that ordinary formation masters could come into contact with. There was nothing taboo about it. Starting from the first stage, the immortal grade formation, the difficulty gradually increased. Later on, there would be compound formations. Some of them only existed in theory, and those had to be cracked with theory. Oh, the 20th stage. I've lost so much that I want to cry, but I'm still very excited. I've decided I'll still bet that she can't crack it in the next round. Brother, I've already made a lot of money by betting that she can crack it. Why are you still betting that she can't crack it? Come, 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 it's starting. The 21st stage is about to begin. This time, it's a third-grade divine rank array. At this moment, the merchant was also staring intently at the color-haired girl. Every time she solved the level, she would receive a reward. Moreover, the reward would be stacked from beginning to end. The reward for each level would be higher than the previous one. At the end of each level, she could choose not to continue. That way, she could leave with the reward. However, if she continued and couldn't solve the level, then the reward would be wiped out and she wouldn't get a single cent. This merchant was also using this game to make money. 10 gold coins per attempt, and the time limit was 1 hour. At the same time, people could also place bets on whether the person who broke the formation would be able to break the formation or not. No matter how many stages the person broke through, how much they collected in the end, or even if they didn't collect anything, the merchant would still make a profit. It was just a matter of how much he made. Yun Nuashing didn't care about how much money he earned. He was just here to play. For example, the reward for the 25 stages was as much as 1 million gold coins. That small merchant could still hold on to this reward. There were also many people placing bets around him. In fact, he didn't lose anything. Instead, he made a lot of money. Perhaps it was the psychology of people hunting for novelty. Every time they expected Yin Nuashing to lose, they would increase the amount of bets. In the end, he would smoothly pass every time. It might be a bit of a stretch to say that he was unrepentant, but that was what it meant. It was as if he had made up his mind to not leave until he saw Yun Nuashing lose. And they were destined to be disappointed for a long time, because Yun Nuashing's speed of breaking the formation was still as fast as ever. She curled up in Feng Er's arms and said softly, just based on Big Brother Nua's attainments and formations, coupled with the evil spirit eye, he can even break a 7th grade divine rank formation. This is too easy. When Ziyin and the others heard this, they also smiled slightly. If that merchant knew about Little Star's strength, they wondered if he would be blacklisted and not be allowed to play. But even if they didn't know earlier, they knew now. They didn't see any regrets from that merchant. Instead, they looked at Yun Nuashing with a smile and got people to collect the bets while they were at it. After a long time, when Yun Nuashing had broken a full 40 stages, his speed suddenly slowed down. The formation also jumped from 4th grade divine rank to 5th grade divine rank. This was a rather big hurdle. It could be seen from the fact that he had broken the formation so easily just now, but now he needed to ponder for a while to break it. Hua! However, a mere 5th grade divine rank formation couldn't stop him. In less than 5 minutes, the gorgeous 5th grade divine rank formation shattered again. What followed was a wild clamor. That noise almost caused the entire street to collapse. I'm done playing. When he passed the 40th stage, Yun Nuashing let out a sigh of relief. Then he shouted to the merchant, I'm tired. I'm done playing. Hearing this, the merchant chuckled and took out a purple gold card. He said, this is the reward for accumulating 40 stages. It's a total of 6 million. If you pass the next stage, this amount can be doubled. These words were very tempting, but if he didn't pass, the 6 million would be wasted. Yun Nuashing also knew this, but he didn't care about the 6 million. He was just tired. Yun Nuashing smiled and shook his head. He said, I'm done playing. I'm tired. Seeing him like this, the merchant was a little disappointed. He saw that Yun Nuashing was a little tired and knew that he was having a hard time. If Yun Nuashing couldn't pass the 41st stage, the 6 million would go directly into his pocket. Unfortunately, he met a player who knew how to stop. However, just the bets alone made me a net profit of 10 million. After deducting the 6 million, there's still 4 million. After a while, the Shang family member comforted himself in his heart for a while. Then he chuckled and placed the purple gold card in Yun Nuashing's hand. He made a gesture of farewell, and the latter slowly left with Ziyin and the others. It's finally over. 40th stage. I lost so much tonight. I wonder where this little girl came from. She's such a young array master. TSK, TSK, TSK. Seeing Yun Nuashing and the others leave, the street was once again in an uproar. At the same time, many people sighed. Tonight was an eye-opener for them. They saw someone pass the 40th stage with their own eyes. They can boast about it for a while when they go back. They squeezed through the crowd and left the crowded street. They turned a corner and walked to another street that was equally lively. However, at this time, the people on this street seemed to have been attracted to the place where they came from. There were fewer people. Phew, the after-dinner activity is over. Do you still want to play? Yun Nuashing turned back with a smile, looked at Ziyin and the others, and said embarrassedly. He originally brought them out to have some fun, but he ended up playing alone. Well, Ziyin raised her head. Her jade-like finger touched her smooth chin. She pondered for a while. However, before she could say anything, a voice suddenly sounded from behind her. Moreover, the voice wasn't soft. Judging from the direction of the voice, it seemed to be directed at them. In front of me, beautiful little sisters like me. Wait a minute. When he heard these somewhat panicked words, Yun Nuashing paused for a moment. When he paused, the few girls also paused. They uniformly turned their heads around and saw a figure suddenly rushing out from the alley. When the slender figure rushed out, she bent her waist and held onto her knees as she panted. Due to the lighting, only half of her face could be vaguely seen. However, that half of her face caused Yun Nuashing, who was used to seeing beauties, to feel a sense of amazement that he had not felt for a long time. Yes, it has been a long time since he was stunned by other girls. Her eyebrows were like distant mountains, and under her slender eyelashes, her big eyes were clear and shining like obsidian. Her small nose was pointed, and her rosy little mouth was opening and closing as she gasped for breath. Her mouth was moist like jelly, and it made people want to take a bite. Her beautiful face was full of pink, and it seemed to ripple with a layer of faint fluorescence. Her voice was exceptionally clear and pleasant, and it even had a hint of playfulness. At first, Yun Nuashing thought that it was Yuer's tone. However, when he looked down, he saw a man's black clothes that wrapped around the girl's figure perfectly. Nothing could be seen, but just from her face, he could see that she was as beautiful as a fairy. When she smiled sweetly, it was hard for people to look away. Every frown and smile was filled with unconcealable temptation. To put it bluntly, she was so beautiful that she could bewitch all living things, or rather, bring disaster to the world. Yes, she was just like the people around him. She's probably in the top 10, right? Yun Nuashing couldn't help but mutter. Ziyin and the others turned their heads and whispered, "What's in the top 10?" Yun Nuashing was stunned. Only then did he realize that he had accidentally said it. Then he whispered, I said, "Based on appearance, she's in the top 10. Which 10? Ziyin suddenly asked curiously. Isn't it a little rude to say this? Yun Nuashing scratched his head embarrassedly. It was one thing to make it up, yes, but it was another thing to say it out loud. Just say it. It won't affect anything anyway, Ziyin whispered in his ear. Her breath was like orchids, and it made him shiver. Foam! And Little Bing Air also looked at him curiously. It was as if they would not forgive him if he didn't give them an accurate answer today. Seeing that the girls were so curious, Yun Nuashing's face turned bitter. He secretly scolded himself for talking nonsense. Then he coughed dryly and said, "The rankings below are purely set by me. Yes. As for the first place, it's hard to say. I don't know if I should put your two girls, Xianyin or her." He said something unpredictable as soon as he opened his mouth. As for the her, he was referring to the woman who looked like a saint and a demon. However, Ziyin and the others didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so he didn't even rank her. No wonder he only said that she was probably in the top 10. Seeing the strange expressions on the girls' faces, Yun Nuashing also coughed dryly and said, "It's not my fault. It's a sin to be beautiful. Yes, it's your sin. I won't take the blame for this. Forgive me for not being able to rank her specifically. Ahem, I can only say, sorry for bothering you. Goodbye. After saying that, he turned around and wanted to leave. However, before he could leave, Xian reached out and grabbed him. Then she asked, what about the others? There's her who just came out. Then there's Bing Er, Qin Yan, Sister Yu Yin, Sister Jean, Sister Liuli, Qian Yu Xiao. Well, I think you guys should just die together. At the end of his sentence, Yun Nuoxing's brain was about to explode. He felt that his brain wasn't enough. The faces of the girls kept spinning around in his mind, making him a little dizzy. Tisk, Xian, and Feng both rolled their eyes. Yun Nuoxing suddenly put his hands on his waist and said domineeringly, Ahem, I've decided. I'll put myself first. World peace. That's right. Narcissistic, little star. But this is a good choice. Xian covered her mouth and laughed. Well, but I still like this one now. Very suddenly, Yun Nuoxing changed the topic, startling the girls. Then they saw that Yi Shi, who was hiding behind Yun Nuoxing and looking at the scenery, was inexplicably picked up by him. After Yi Shi was picked up, she also heard what Yun Nuoxing said. Her little face instantly became incomparably red, and her wine-red eyes shyly glared at him. She lowered her head and clutched her sleeves, not saying a word. In the end, you still can't get rid of the Lilicon title. Feng, we've lost. Seeing this scene, Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She put her hand on Feng's shoulder, not knowing whether to laugh or not. Feng also nodded a little speechless. So what if I'm a Lilicon? Do you hate Lilicons? I'll go all out and say that I'm a Lilicon. Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes, then reached out and pinched Yi Shi's little nose. He smiled and said, Xiao Shi is so cute. She's so small and easy to raise. Yi Shi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Her wine-red eyes glanced at Xian and the others, faintly showing a hint of pride, as if declaring her victory. Seeing this, Xian also pouted. But she also knew that although Yun Nuoxing liked Lilicons, it wasn't love between a man and a woman. It was probably just that he saw cute ones and liked them like a crazy person. Although if things didn't go well, it might become true. While they were chatting idly, the girl had also finished catching her breath. She also heard what they said just now. She raised her head, and her clear obsidian eyes stared intently at Yun Nuoxing. She carefully said, Hey, are you a man? Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing and the others turned to look at him. He shrugged helplessly and nodded. When the girl saw him nod, she also looked at him in shock. Mei Mao's eyes flashed with amazement. She couldn't help but say, She's actually as pretty as me. Ahem at that. After saying this, the girl regretted it and hurriedly tried to cover it up. But when she saw that Yun Nuoxing didn't react, she calmed down and then asked softly, What's your name? Yun Nuoxing hesitated for a moment, not really wanting to say his name. But when he saw the girl's serious gaze, he still said, For now, you just need to know that my surname is Yin. Stingy, you don't even want to sign up. Hearing this, the girl raised her eyebrows, then put her hands on her hips and said very calmly, Listen carefully, my name is Chu Yingzhan. I specially allow you to call me Fairy Chu. Chapter 750. Yun Nuoxing didn't know what to feel when he looked at this girl who was pretending to be arrogant but didn't even know how to act. He could more or less see the uneasiness in her eyes, as if she wasn't used to being like this. Xian and the other girls also looked at each other, but they had never heard of this name before, so they could only blink their big eyes and look strangely at this girl who called herself Chu Yingzhan. Why are you all looking at me like that? Chu Yingzhan couldn't help but swallow her saliva when she was stared at by them. She took a small step back and looked at them pitifully. I have a background, yes. I have a very powerful background, so don't mess around. Oh, tell me, which emperor's daughter are you? Or which god's child? Or which god's disciple? Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. This girl pretended to be very confident, but she was already somewhat hypocritical before she even spoke. He didn't know if it was just her nature or something else. Chu Yingzhan almost blurted out, but at the last moment, she suddenly closed her little mouth and accidentally bit her tongue. She immediately cried out in pain and jumped up and down while covering her mouth with her jade-like hand. Yun Nuashing and the others. How could this girl be so rash? How did she live to this age? After crying for a long time, it was fortunate that there wasn't anyone around at this time. Otherwise, people would think that these girls were arguing and were about to cry. Chu Yingzhan wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and then muttered, "Father told me that I can't always talk about my background when I'm outside. It won't be good if I meet an enemy." Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and sighed helplessly. He waved his hand and said, "All right, let's not talk about that anymore. My name is Yun Nuashing, and I've already told you my name. Why are you looking for us?" Yes. Chu Yingzhan nodded her little head and thought for a moment, then grinned and said, "I want you." Uft. Zian and the others spat out a mouthful of water. Yun Nuashing also widened her eyes. Her mouth was agape for a long time, but she couldn't utter a word. Her dumbfounded look was very comical. What kind of announcement was this? You want me? This. I'm afraid I've misunderstood, seeing that Yun Nuashing and Ziyan were shocked beyond words. Chu Yingzhan was also stunned. Then, as if she had thought of something, her pretty face turned red with a bang. She quickly waved her jade-like hands and said shyly, "No, that's not what I meant. That is, I want you to do that. I was just watching from the side. You're a magic array master, right?" Yun Nuashing and the others looked at her in shock. They only heaved a sigh of relief when they heard her last sentence. They nodded and said, "I guess so." "Why?" I want you to do me a favor." Chu Yingzhan wasn't too surprised by Yun Nuashing's admission. She had been watching Yun Nuashing break through the arrays and pass level 40. It was normal for him to have such ability. Although she didn't understand why Yun Nuashing, who looked like he was only 16 years old, was at the level of a magic array grandmaster, it was fine as long as she knew that he had it. Why? Yun Nuashing looked at her in amusement and asked, Why? I don't know why either. Anyway, I just want you to do me a favor. There will be a reward. How about it?" Chu Yingzhan grinned, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. Her smile was extremely bright, like a fairy, and the street suddenly lost its color. "Tell me what you need help with first." "I don't want to attract trouble for no reason," Yun Nuashing said. "Yes, it's like this. Tomorrow there will be a small gathering in the south of Burning Flame City. Someone will bring an extremely complicated array tool. It's said that even some of the magic array grandmasters in Burning Flame City can't decipher the arrays on it. However, this matter seems to involve something else. At that gathering, someone will take out the array tool and invite everyone to decipher it," Chu Yingzhan said. "It doesn't sound like anything good, nor is it a good job," Yun Nuashing said nonchalantly with his hands in his pockets. But I'm very curious. I've been cooped up here for 2 months. Every small gathering, that array tool will be taken out. I really want to know what that array tool is used for." Chu Yingzhan pouted, then stretched out a jade-white palm and smiled. "If Star Lord Nuashing can help me decipher it, I'll give you a divine grade 5 array. How about it?" Yun Nuashing was slightly shocked. He looked at Chu Yingzhan with his colorful eyes and could not help but have a different feeling. She could even use a divine grade 5 array as a bargaining chip. It seemed that this girl was not simple. Demigod, rank 8. She looks to be around 18. On the surface, she's about the same age as this girl, but in reality, she's not much older. She's at most 100 years old. To be able to achieve this at this age, she must have a perfect inheritance and guidance. Her background is probably not simple, Yun Nuashing thought to himself. After a while, Yun Nuashing sighed and shook his head. A divine grade 5 array tool was quite tempting, but he did not lack it. Unless it was a divine grade 7 or 8 array tool, he might be able to move his body. Oh, why? Is divine grade 5 not enough? Seeing him shake his head, the girl was a little anxious. She jumped on the spot for a while, then gritted her teeth and said, "Then divine grade 6. Yun Nuashing looked at her speechlessly. He sighed and shook his head. He did not really want to move, so forget it. Despicable fellow, then divine grade 7. Divine grade 7 array tool. I think that as long as you're a formation master, you won't be able to reject it, right?" Chu Yingzhan was so anxious that she was about to cry. "I beg you, just do me a small favor. If you think it's not enough, there will be other compensations after this. Even if you mention the ceiling array, I don't want to go. Listen carefully, it's a matter of whether I want to or not a matter of compensation." Yun Nuashing shrugged, helplessly. He looked at the night sky and sighed. "Let's go back. It's late. Fairy Chu, rest early. We'll be leaving first." With that, he waved his hand and led Ziyin and the others back to their shop, leaving Chu Yingzhan alone in a daze. After a while, seeing that Yun Nuashing and the others had disappeared from her sight, Chu Yingzhan rubbed her black hair, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. She could not help but mutter, "What a strange fellow. He's not even tempted by a divine grade 7 array tool. Stingy, stingy. Ah, I curse you to lose sleep tonight." After muttering to herself for a while, she seemed to know that there was nothing she could do no matter how much she complained. She could only grimace and walk towards the end of the street. She kept muttering, "How can I open that thing?" In the mansion, Yun Nuashing sat on the sofa in the hall and stretched. Ziyin had brewed a pot of tea and was resting when he suddenly asked, "Why did little Star refuse?" "Why? I just don't want to go. There's no other reason. I just don't want to go. If I want to go, don't talk about rank 7 or rank 6. Just take me there. If I don't want to go, throw me a godly restriction formation." Yun Nuashing paused, then smiled and said, "Then I might really go." I thought you would say that you won't go." Ziyin looked at him with a smile. "Cough. As for the value of a divine restriction array, even if I don't want to, I still have to give it a try." Yeah. Yun Nuashing shrugged with a smile. "To put it bluntly, I didn't throw you enough chips to overcome your laziness." She took a sip of tea, then moved her little butt and sat between Yun Nuashing's legs. She looked up at him and said with a smile, "Brother Nua, you really don't have any principles." "Cough, what are you talking about?" Yun Nuashing blushed and rubbed her little head. The next morning, Yun Nuashing and the others sat in the shop and flipped through the books in their hands in boredom. The interspatial ring was placed on the table, waiting for the young man to come and take it. Although they didn't know when the young man would come, they still had to wake up early as they were doing business. They knew that no one would come to the shop. However, what surprised him was that although no one entered the shop, he could clearly see that many people were looking at the empty shop. He didn't know if they were looking at the people or the shop sign. After the incident with the young man, many people knew that there were several beautiful women in the shop, which made them even more curious. Although they didn't enter the shop to do business, it was good to sneak a few peeks through the door. Looking at the few women in the shop, they were all quietly reading books. The atmosphere was harmonious and tranquil. Such a scene could only be found in heaven. However, very quickly, this peaceful atmosphere was broken. A young man hurriedly rushed into the shop, causing Yun Nuashing and the rest to turn their gazes. When he saw the person who had arrived, Yun Nuashing nodded his head. He pushed the ring forward and said, "All 8 of your array tools have been repaired. The cost of the materials is a total of 500,000. Do you need change?" The person who came was the young man. Looking at his hurried expression, no one knew why he was in such a hurry. After hearing Yun Nuashing's words, the young man was stunned for a while. After a while, he widened his eyes and asked, "They're all repaired?" After saying that, he reached out and took the interspatial ring. When he looked at the items inside, the shock on his face became even more exaggerated. After a long time, he came back to his senses and laughed dryly. No need, no need. Take the extra as an extra fee for young lady. I have a big business here. I wonder if young lady is interested in it? The young man smiled at the door. This time, he didn't dare to look around casually like last time. After knowing Yun Nuashing's ability, he also knew the power that she had. Not to mention that he couldn't afford to offend a grandmaster blacksmith. Even the people behind him didn't want to provoke her. It was better to be careful. Speak, Yun Nuashing said concisely. There's no harm in telling you that we bought these things from the black market. Due to the fact that they're tattered, they're not worth much. However, the small bell that you repaired last time is a key, and we guess that it might be related to the Sky Illusion mountain range. There are a total of 2 keys, and the other key is sealed by a powerful magic formation. The young man paused for a moment before he continued. Young lady, since you can repair the magic formations so easily, your attainments in magic formations must be very high. So, of course, we won't let you suffer a loss in this business. If the Sky Illusion mountain range is successfully opened, the Dragon Shadow Chamber of Commerce will enter to explore. The heaven and earth treasures and some other items that we find will total 10%. No, 20%. We'll give them to you, young lady. If they're not valuable enough, we'll find other items as compensation. What do you think? The young man suggested with a smile. The Dragon Shadow Chamber of Commerce? Can you make a decision on behalf of your Chamber of Commerce? Yun Nuashing looked up at him with her colorful eyes and asked, I can. I'm the person in charge of the Burning Flame City branch of the Dragon Shadow Chamber of Commerce. Burning Flame City is the closest to the Sky Illusion mountain range, so I'm basically in charge of this matter. The young man clasped his hands together and said, Let me introduce myself. I'm Yang Qian. My father is the president of the Dragon Shadow Chamber of Commerce. Even in Heavenly Fate City, which is the center of the Ganyuan region, I have a certain amount of influence. The Sky Illusion mountain range. Yun Nuashing pondered for a moment. She wasn't too sure about the names of these places, nor did she know what was inside the Sky Illusion mountain range. However, since 2 keys were used to seal it, there should be something inside. She didn't completely believe Yang Qian's words, so she decided to trust him a little first. All right, let's go take a look. Yun Nuashing casually closed the book with both hands and raised her head in response. She then said to Xian and the others, Let's go. There's work to be done. Xian and the others smiled faintly when they heard this. They stood up with him and walked outside. Seeing this, Yang Qian hurriedly followed behind and led the way. After flying for half a day in the Burning Flame City, Yang Qian brought Yun Nuashing and the others to a 2-story loft. This loft even had a rather large manor attached to it. The size of this manor could probably be ranked among the top in the Burning Flame City. The status of the owner was probably as extraordinary as this place. At this moment, there were many people walking in and out of this manor. They were dressed luxuriously and were all people of prominent status in the Burning Flame City. Furthermore, they seemed to be very familiar with this place and seemed to have been here many times. This loft, is this a formation artifact? Yun Nuashing's gaze suddenly flashed as she stared at the loft. The astonishment in her eyes became slightly more intense. She felt a trace of familiar energy from the 2-story loft. This loft was not a building, but was formed by a formation artifact. This is a formation artifact of the Dragon Shadow Chamber of Commerce. Compared to a mobile palace, it is more convenient to carry around. Furthermore, there is a space array inside that can change the size of the space. Therefore, this loft is not as small as it looks on the surface. Seeing the astonishment in Yun Nuashing's eyes, Yang Qian was a little proud. Then he said, This is the main venue for today. We have arrived at just the right time. Please. Yang Qian waved his hand and gestured towards the door of the loft. He smiled at Yun Nuashing and led the way into the loft. The latter and the others followed closely behind. Just as they stepped into the loft, Yun Nuashing and the others could clearly feel a faint spatial fluctuation around them. Their vision blurred for a moment before it became clear again. Only then did they see the interior of the loft clearly. The loft was filled with crystals, and the light that shone from them made the place extremely bright. Even the ground was covered with a layer of dazzling crystals. Although there were many people standing in the huge hall, it did not seem crowded at all. Instead, it seemed a little spacious. Yun Nuashing walked into the hall and subconsciously looked around. She exclaimed softly, such an exquisite building was rare. Even those high-class palaces could not be compared to it. Seeing them pause, Yang Qian also paused slightly. However, he did not stay for long. He walked to the side and softly said a few words to the attendant standing at the side. It seemed like he was arranging something. At first glance, it looked like a banquet. In fact, it was more or less the same. If Yang Qian had not explained his purpose earlier, Yun Nuashing would have thought that he had simply dragged them over to attend the banquet. Looking up, the people in the hall were gathered in twos and threes. Other than some gods, Yun Nuashing also discovered many young experts. Most of them were at the peak of the demon level or the demigod level. Most of the people who came are forces from the Burning Flame City. Brother Nua, you don't have to worry. Even if you cause a ruckus here, I reckon that no one will be able to recognize you. She smiled and tugged at Yun Nuashing's hand. Yun Nuashing did not care much about these things. Hence, she had to pay more attention to them. In just 2 days, she had figured out all the major forces in the Burning Flame City. Yun Nuashing lowered her head and smiled as she rubbed Yishi's head. She did not have any other intentions. Seeing that Yang Qian was still talking about something, she was about to find a secluded place to stand. However, she heard a familiar surprised voice from not far away. You despicable fellow, didn't you say that you weren't coming? Yun Nuashing turned her head in shock. She saw a young lady dressed in men's clothes standing at the entrance, looking at her in shock. She was even running towards them with her slender legs. The young lady's surprised voice attracted the attention of some people. However, when they saw the source of the voice, they smiled and looked away. It turned out that it was this reckless girl. She had been here a few times. It was not strange that she would appear this time. When Yun Nuashing saw that she was here, she did not react in time. Could it be that the place that Yang Qian brought them to was the gathering that the young lady mentioned? At this moment, Chu Yingzhan rushed to Yun Nuashing's side with a head full of confusion and surprise. She suddenly stretched out her hand and grabbed his shoulder. He was shocked. Before he could struggle, the young lady suddenly pressed down on his shoulder and swung him. Do you know how disappointed I was when you said that you weren't coming yesterday? I stood alone in the cold wind for a few minutes. I couldn't sleep last night and was almost hit by a carriage when I went out. Why are you here? I didn't tell you the location. Chu Yingzhan shook him vigorously. Her cherry lips opened and closed as she spat out a series of crisp sounds. Yun Nuashing, who was being shaken until he was half dead, was completely confused. Could it be that you deliberately rejected me and found your way here to give me a surprise? Despicable fellow. After shaking for a long time, Chu Yingzhan finally stopped her movements and abruptly let go of her hand. Yun Nuashing was also thrown straight into Zi Yan's embrace. Looking at Zi Yan's dazzling appearance, Chu Yingzhan couldn't help but pout her little mouth and lightly snorted. Seeing that he was still dizzy after being tormented with great difficulty, Zi Yan laughed in schadenfreude. She rubbed his temples with her jade-like hands and slowly calmed his dizziness. What are you talking about, narcissistic girl? I was asked to come here today. I didn't know that this was the gathering you were talking about. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly and shook his head. This girl shook him so much that he almost vomited bile. That's all? Chu Yingzhan blinked her large eyes and looked at him pitifully. That's all. Yun Nuashing nodded in annoyance. TCH, hearing this, Chu Yingzhan could not help but pout. A hint of disappointment flashed across her eyes. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. What are you looking forward to? But that's fine too. Since you're here, do something for this fairy. The reward still counts. Yes, yes. A moment later, Chu Yingzhan reached out and grabbed Yun Nuoxing's wrist without saying anything and pulled him forward. Yun Nuoxing had a strange expression on his face. Xian and the others also helplessly followed closely behind. Chapter 751. Hey, Yang Qian! Chu Yingzhan dragged Yun Nuoxing over to Yang Qian, who was talking to someone else, and called out briskly. Yang Qian seemed to be in the middle of discussing matters regarding the gathering when he was interrupted by a shout. This familiar voice caused his heart to thump loudly as he hurriedly raised his head. As expected, he saw Chu Yingzhan swiftly walking over with her long legs, causing him to involuntarily let out a dry laugh. Chu Yingzhan was also a beautiful woman, comparable to Xian and the others. Furthermore, she had her own unique charm. To Yang Qian, who liked to admire beauties, this was definitely an opportunity to feast his eyes. However, when Yang Qian saw this young lady who couldn't pretend to have the aura of a rich young lady, his expression became a little dazed. He seemed a little helpless and a little fearful. Fairy Chu, why are you here again? Yang Qian rubbed his hands and looked at Chu Yingzhan with uncertain eyes. Hearing Yang Qian's extremely reluctant words, Yun Nuoxing also looked at Chu Yingzhan strangely. What did this fellow do to make others so unnatural? Hearing this somewhat reluctant voice, Chu Yingzhan pursed her lips and snorted softly. Why am I not welcome? Welcome. Of course I welcome you. Everyone who comes is a guest. There are no restrictions on the gathering. Anyone who is interested can come. Yang Qian rubbed his hands and hurriedly said. In the end, he added a sentence in his heart. The prerequisite is that you don't make a fuss every time you come and cause a ruckus at the gathering. If it were anyone else who caused such trouble at his gathering, he would have chased them away. However, although this mysterious young lady was a little too noisy and lively, she didn't seem to bring any special trouble to others. Instead, she livened up the atmosphere of the gathering. Moreover, many people liked this overly lively young lady. Only then did he resist the urge to chase her away. Moreover, he couldn't figure out this young lady's background. He only felt that she had great power. I'm not going to talk about this with you. Take out that that lousy box of yours. Chu Yingzhan waved her hand and said, Young lady, that's an 8 trigrams box. At least it looks like an 8 trigrams box on the outside. It's not a lousy box. I've already said it 3 times. Yang Qian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Although he was muttering, he still walked into the room obediently. If he didn't agree, who knew what kind of trouble this little ancestor would cause? However, many people liked this beautiful young lady, and even if Yang Qian was from the Dragon Shadow Merchant Guild, many people would probably speak up for her. In short, he would be at a disadvantage if he didn't agree. Not long after, Yang Qian returned with a palm-sized 8 trigrams box in his hand. The box was brownish-black in color and was only an inch thin. There was nothing special about it, and it seemed to be a small wooden box. Other than the 8 trigrams carved on the surface of the box, there was nothing special about it. Before he could hand it over, Chu Yingzhan extended her hand and grabbed it. Without saying anything, she stuffed it into Yun Nuoxing's hand and said, Here, it's this. Open it. At this moment, Yang Qian finally noticed Yun Nuoxing behind Chu Yingzhan. He couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't express anything about the latter receiving the box. She had invited him over to study this thing. However, he was curious. When did Yun Nuoxing get to know this crazy girl? Do you think this is like picking a lock that can be unlocked just like that? Yun Nuoxing glared at Chu Yingzhan in annoyance and muttered. Then he slowly opened his evil spirit eye and looked at the palm-sized box in his hand. He looked into the 8 trigrams box. Then, An extremely large and complicated array diagram rushed into his eyes. With just a glance, it caused his mind to ripple for an instant. In the wide array of azure arrays, hundreds and thousands of arrays seemed to be connected together through some kind of power. The power of the arrays resonated and spread out a terrifying power that shocked him. In front of that power, his spiritual strength was as insignificant as a speck of dust. With just a glance, his spiritual strength retreated. Yun Nuashing hurriedly closed his evil spirit eye. He could feel that his eyes were a little hot. This was a warning from overloading. At the same time, it also reminded him that this wasn't something he could look at right now. I can't undo it. Yun Nuashing sighed helplessly. Seeing that he had come to such an answer with just a glance, Yang Qian and Chu Yingzhan were both stunned. The latter frowned and was about to speak, thinking that he was just being perfunctory. However, after thinking about it, perhaps because they weren't too familiar with each other and there was no need to hide it, she closed her mouth again. At first, Yang Qian also thought that Yun Nuashing had just casually glanced at it. However, he clearly caught a trace of surprise from Yun Nuashing's face. It was the same surprise as those array masters who had seen it before, except that Yun Nuashing wasn't as surprised. Although I'm not too sure about the grade of the arrays in this 8 trigrams box, I can guarantee that they are definitely above the 8th grade of the divine rank, Yun Nuashing said helplessly. Hearing that, Yang Qian also smiled bitterly. The 8th grade of the divine rank was at the level of a great grandmaster. Even if he used all the wealth of the Dragon Shadow Chamber of Commerce branch that he managed, he probably wouldn't be able to invite them. That was already a legendary figure. Tisk, if Uncle Long was here, there should be a way. I'm so annoyed. Chu Yingzhan tugged at her hair in vexation as she stared at the 8 trigrams box, unwilling to give up. Seeing the expressions on their faces, Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and suddenly smiled. Well, although I can't undo it, I know someone who can definitely undo it. It's just that Yang Qian and Chu Yingzhan were stunned. It seemed that there was still hope. As for the just, they knew what he was referring to. The person who could undo the array was probably a great grandmaster array master. Unless it was someone they were familiar with, the reward for inviting someone of that level to help would be quite a lot. Is an 8th grade divine rank array scroll possible? Before Yang Qian could say anything, Chu Yingzhan hurriedly spoke up. Her impatience made the former smile bitterly. She wasn't trying to share his burden. She was just anxious. Moreover, to be honest, he might not be able to pay such a high price. As a result, he was shocked when he heard Chu Yingzhan say such a high price without any hesitation. An 8th grade divine rank array was priceless. Even if there were records, it wasn't something that ordinary people could obtain. Well, that's fine too. Yun Nuashing scratched his head before turning around and rubbing Yishi's head. He placed the 8 trigrams box in her hand and smiled. Shaoxi, I'll leave it to you. Yang Qian and Chu Yingzhan were both stunned when they saw him hand the 8 trigrams box to the youngest girl. It was actually this little girl. She didn't seem to be around 10 years old. She was the array master who could solve it? She ignored the 2 of them and glanced at Yun Nuashing. She sighed helplessly and nodded. However, she didn't start immediately. Instead, she looked at Yang Qian and said indifferently, 30% of the items in the Sky Illusion Mountains. The increase in price made Yang Qian's heart skip a beat. After thinking for a moment, he gritted his teeth and nodded. All right. If they couldn't solve it, then everything would be empty talk. They might even have to find an array master, and the price would be no less than 30%. Yun Nuashing was also rather surprised by Yishi's increase in price. While he was still wondering if she knew something, Yishi had already lowered her head and held the 8 trigrams box with both hands. Crack! Just as Yun Nuashing was about to go drink a cup of tea before he could turn around, a clear sound suddenly rang out, causing him to be startled. He turned around again, only to see she slowly opening the 8 trigrams box. after which she took out a small hammer that was only the size of a finger. Even the hammer head was only the size of a fingernail. Here, she handed the small hammer over. Yang Qian was still a little stunned when he took the small hammer. She took it out just like that? It only took an instant, right? Ah, it's this small hammer. I've been looking forward to it for more than 2 months. I've wasted more than 2 months, and all I get to see is this lousy thing? Chu Yingzhan nonchalantly snatched the small hammer from Yang Qian's hands. After looking at it, Mei Mao's eyes were filled with disappointment. She then casually tossed it to Yang Qian. She glanced at Yang Qian, who caught it in a fluster. With a wave of her hand, she took out a scroll. Chu Yingzhan gently caressed the scroll, and a trace of heartache flashed across her eyes. She gritted her teeth and stuffed the scroll into Yun Nuoxing's arms. She said unwillingly, I'll give it to you, I'll give it to you. It's an 8th grade divine level array. Seriously, what a loss. After all this time, it's just this lousy thing. I'm going to die of a loss. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Didn't you call out the price yourself? You'll feel heartache when it's time to pay. However, Yun Nuoxing was also a little surprised when he saw her give it away so readily. He thought that she would ask the faction behind her to send it over after some time. He didn't expect her to have it with her. He thought that she might be an array master herself. Well, since you're the one who said it, it would be impolite of me to refuse. Yun Nuoxing tossed the scroll up and down with a smile before putting it away in her pendant. Chu Yingzhan pursed her lips. Yang Qian also felt a little apologetic when he saw her dejected appearance. After some thought, he said, Our Dragon Shadow Merchant Guild will be heading to the Sky Illusion mountain range tomorrow. Would you like to come along? Can I come along? Chu Yingzhan raised her head. Although she responded, she didn't seem to be too interested. She didn't seem to be very interested. This small hammer should be the last key. You've done us a small favor, so it's no big deal to bring one more person. Of course, it won't be a problem if you ladies want to come along, Yang Qian said with a smile. His last sentence was naturally directed at Yun Nuoxing and the others. What kind of place is that? Yun Nuoxing asked curiously. Yang Qian pondered for a moment before saying, Yes, if you insist, it should be a large secret realm or a small world. Should be? Yang Qian nodded. Amen, it should be a sealed region. I don't know what it's like inside, but we've read about the Sky Illusion mountain range in a document. It's 100,000 kilometers wide and is sealed off by a barrier. However, it's a little too big to call it a secret realm, so we believe it should be a sealed small world. However, we don't know what happened, but it's connected to the God realm and just happened to fill in the Sky Illusion mountain range. A small world can cover a place in the God realm? Yun Nuoxing was a little surprised when she heard this. Could it be that the so-called cover was directly replacing a region? It should be directly overlapping the land of the small world with the earth of the God realm. Yi, she said slowly. Yun Nuoxing turned around and saw Yi. She stretch out 2 small white hands from her wide sleeves, one above the other, palms facing each other. Then she slowly put her hands together. Just like this, the sky of the small world will merge with the God realm, and the land of the small world will be replaced by the God realm. But we'll only know the details after we go there. We haven't been there before, so we don't know what's going on, Yi, she said softly. Go. Bring me along. I want to see what's going on too. At this moment, Chu Yingzhan seemed to come back to her senses. She quickly raised her hand and shouted excitedly, When? Now. Let's go now. Yang Qian was a little speechless. He sighed and smiled bitterly. We'll leave tomorrow. Fairy Chu, don't be in a hurry. Go back and make some preparations. We'll leave early tomorrow morning. Let's meet at the east gate of Burning Flame City.